Okay, okay. Ooh. How's it going, everyone? Hope you're to avoid spoilers. Yeah, I don't know anything whatsoever. I didn't even watch the trailer. Okay, let's just go ahead and get started because, yeah, I imagine this is going to be a super long one. So no preamble. We're just going right in. Holy fuck, this is long. God damn. Okay. Yeah, this is long. This is definitely long. This is probably gonna be 2 days. $2074, X month, X day, evening. I stand in front of the French window, they got a lot of French windows, of the hotel, gently tapping the tempered glass with my fingers. The luxurious buildings in the white area outline a sparkling skyline in the night sky, forming a sharp contrast with the dim silhouette of the distant satellite city. The bustling scene outside the window is out of place with my heavy thoughts. Yeah, the dorm's out in CN. It's out right now. At least I believe it is. I haven't checked it yet, but it was in the patch notes. With Leva's coordination, we managed to escape from the security department more easily than expected, and the identity card made every official who tried to check us avoided. We went back to the hotel to reorganize the information while waiting for the second team to have any news back. It's not out yet? It's August 1st? Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, like I said, it was in the patch notes, so... Like, yeah, it's probably out. But August 1st. In the corner of the room, Colfine was half kneeling on the carpet, focused on organizing the materials we had brought out on the Research Institute, while Rosa leaned against the wall, carefully inspecting weapons and equipment while keeping an eye on the movements outside the window. I let out a light sigh and pulled my thoughts back to my experience at the Orphaline Research Institute just now. The sudden attack, the mysterious scientist named Chilovic. Rosa synchronized the situation just now with Leva's side, and I contacted the Elmo as soon as possible, throwing a question to Dandelion. After I had explained everything before, Dandelion spoke with a rare seriousness. That is to say, the young lady taught to herself and put you in her laboratory, while also demonstrating the process of plants converting collapsed particles into electricity. That's right. And the laboratory is not strictly armed with security guards, as is researching something unimportant. If I had to say it, it's not really an important matter. The technology of converting collapsed particles into energy ranges from the mobile purification vehicles produced by the UNC to the directional engine of the Elmo. Although this technology has not been widely popularized due to cost reasons, it is not a very advanced scientific research secret. So am I overthinking it? The Paradise Project, really just what Orphaline claims as an energy innovation research? Or is it that what is suspicious is not the Paradise Project, it is just a facade, and Paradise has another conspiracy underwater? If we can really establish a green plant system that can absorb particles at an extremely low cost as advertised by the Girard Group, while rebuilding the ecosystem of the Yellow Zone, reducing class radiation and generating electricity, then we can really build a paradise. But even Persica can only achieve energy conversion at the level of a mimetic graph, covering the engineering volume of an entire city. Do you think it's possible? Little girl? Little girl? I don't think she's calling the commander little girl. Don't know what that translates to though. Indeed. I pinched my nose bridge, trying to relieve the pressure of continuous thinking. But I am a bit concerned about what that young lady said before. What words? She said she's seen the truth, and she had experienced the Frankfurt incident. Is it possible that she was also influenced by that space? Space? Commander, we made an agreement. Sorry, forget about this question. Hold up. I don't know what they're referring to. Space. Can we be referring to that space? During the Frankfurt incident. I don't recall anything that could be mystical during the Frankfurt besides Cocoon. But Cocoon was blown the fuck up before it could even do anything, really. So I'm not sure what the reference is. And yeah, the agreement as well. There's some agreement between him and Dandelion that we don't know about either. At least not right now. Okay. The key issue is whether Orpheline herself is aware of it. She seems to have a pure passion for her research, even willing to take the risk of showing the core experimental area to a journalist. If this is just acting or conspiracy against me, I can't really think of any meaning. Hey, Commander, you take yourself too seriously. Perhaps it was your charm that captured her and made her decide to confide in you as soon as she saw you. I think this possibility is infinitely close to zero. Bruh, Commander. Commander, you have Riz, bro. Just admit it. That does mean it's still a possibility. Anyway, I will investigate the young lady, and if there's any new information, please remember to synchronize it. Well, that's it for now. I walked up to the large circular table in the center of the room, where a huge map of Lviv was laid out, with several key locations marked in red. Orpheline's Research Institute, the headquarters building in the Gerard Group, and several suburban experimental fields. And she is truly innocent. Who is behind all of this manipulation? Oleg Gerard? Igla? Or rather... No, I don't. I would get her in 20 polls though. But yeah, I don't have the polls right now. I don't really play CN like that. I only really play it for the story. I play more on the global version, which is why my account is way more stacked there. I clicked on a question mark on the map with my finger. Chizovic, she is currently the most suspicious. Does not have a body right now? She's always had a body, but she talks to the commander through a dynagate. Kolfin jumped up from the ground and excitedly jumped to the table, picking up a photo that was one of the evidence we secretly took at the Research Institute. I still can't believe that Igla would abandon Orpheline for this mysterious figure. In a situation we're monitoring, it seems that even Orpheline has to hand over her water in person, just like a super nanny. And one phone call from Chilovic can make her leave Orpheline. There must be a problem. Orpheline herself has no objection to this, or rather, she doesn't find it strange. Obviously, similar incidents happen frequently, and Orpheline has already acknowledged it. She puts down her weapon, walked to the table, and pointed to a point on the map. Assuming that Orpheline is innocent and the mastermind behind it is Chilovic, what role does Igla play in this? I recall yesterday at the Research Institute with those constantly vigilant eyes and subtle body language. Even when Orpheline naively presented her results, Igla maintained an almost perfect professional mask. But at certain moments, especially when I asked deeper questions, her reaction revealed a defensive mentality far beyond that of an ordinary assistant. She's aware. I assert directly. No matter what Igla is hiding from Orpheline, she must know. She knows what Paradis and those experiments, and is afraid that I will reveal the truth to Orpheline. Is she protecting Orpheline or monitoring her? Wow, it is true that Igla and Chilovic are plotting a conspiracy without Orpheline's knowledge? Has Orpheline been sidelined? As soon as she left, the Research Institute was attacked. We didn't return until we repelled the attackers. If we weren't there at the time, those attackers might have already succeeded. True. It was pretty bad. Who sent those attackers? Bobbin or Paradis? I tapped my fingers on the desktop, lost in thought. That is the loudest taps I ever heard in my life. The whole situation is like a complex chessboard, and it seems we can only see the corner of the board. Speaking of which, Commander, do you really believe that Orpheline doesn't know anything? Based on my observation, I tend to lean toward this possibility. But I wouldn't completely trust it either, let alone the risk of doing so, logically speaking. She is the young lady of the Gerard group, the future heir of the group, and also the chief scientist within the group. Whether she knew it or not, she must have directly or indirectly promoted Paradis' conspiracy. That was quite a delay, Groza. What was up with that? She is a scientist. Scientists are too easily focused on their own field and overlook blind spots in the external environment, with a high probability of being exploited. I nodded. The analysis of Groza is likely correct, because, well, Commander would know there's quite a history of scientists being exploited, even with Persica. Well, there is one more thing. What does she mean by saying that she'd seen the truth? Truth. What she claimed to have seen in the Frankfurt incident. It may sound ridiculous, but when it comes to the Frankfurt incident, I can be considered the undisputed protagonist. I mean, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, for sure. I am at the center of the events. Although I have seen some unpleasant things, I have not seen anything worth calling truth. What exactly is she referring to? Just as I was lost in thought, the communicator on the table suddenly began to vibrate. I quickly picked it up and pressed the answer button. It's me. Fukai's voice came to the other end, with a faint wind and slight electronic noise in the background. Commander, we have discovered an important situation. There's a hint of tension and excitement in her voice, which is quite rare for the usually calm Kukai. After leaving Orphaling's Research Institute, Kukai led the second team to follow up with Igla and Orphaling, monitoring their whereabouts. Go ahead. We followed them all the way to the hotel under the Gerard brand, where they will hold a launch summit for the Paradise Project tonight. The young lady from the Gerard group is staying at the hotel, and the Monsoon team is monitoring her. And the third generation doll immediately locked the White Zone in a black sedan without the Gerard emblem after seeing off Orphaling, heading towards the direction of Wexing City. The satellite city? What's she doing there? I'm not sure yet. Her senses are very sensitive, and we dare not follow too closely. However, the direction of she was heading towards was a building owned by the Gerard Group, and we intercepted an internal line of the security department a half an hour ago. An alarm was issued there, but it was cancelled by them themselves, claiming it was a mistake. Accidentally touched. If it was an accident, it's not worth alerting someone like Igla to personally go there. Commander, should we intervene? Kukai, keep your distance and continue monitoring. Let's go. Alright, that wasn't 50 years of a cutscene. As it says, he was the undisputed protagonist for the Frankfurt incident. I think that was just him being metaphorical. I don't think he actually meant anything surreal by that. Basically, he's saying that he's seen everything there. And he was undoubtedly the one that was controlling everything. Well, he was one of the main influencers there. But he didn't see anything that he would deem as like something profound. But it could also be something that I don't know about yet. According to the coordinates provided by Kukai, we have approached the target area. This area belongs to the Industrial Park and Gerard Group, and we got off the car at a certain distance from the park. After checking the weapons and communication, we started moving towards the park. Although security personnel are patrolling nearby, it is easy for us to avoid them entering the park. After changing out of my suit, I felt completely at ease and followed the route sent by Kukai without any accidents. Accident, same thing in this case. Since the security department is present here and closely guarding, it is easy to imagine that something unexpected must have happened here. They stayed on a small highland outside of the park. Although they couldn't fully overlook the park, they could still see the general situation inside the park. There are no civilian facilities around the park, and strangely, the park is empty with visible signs of hurried evacuation. Apart from those security personnel, there are not many people left here anymore. We approached the 404 team. But I'm assuming that's Kukai, but Kukai was monitoring the situation inside the park with a telescope. Yeah, it's Kukai. How's the situation? They knew she have entered this park, and we have been continuously monitoring it without anyone leaving. To ensure the smooth operation, we requested information about this park from Liva while waiting for you to arrive. What'd she say? Intelligence shows that its logistics centers for Girard Group has only invested in recent years, with a considerable amount of funds invested. However, according to internal reports, the entire park has hardly been used. Is it disguise? Most likely. An unused park consumes a huge amount of funds every month. Igla coming here must be related to that Cheetah. There may have a research institute in there. Nor does Liva. She's done quite a thorough investigation. Naturally, Liva didn't reply to us, and correspondingly, she provided us with intelligence assistance. Who's she? Helena. She said she will provide intelligence support next, and she also said you will contact her when you are in place. She said you will contact Helena. Okay. Here's the code. I accepted the code handed to me by Klukai, hesitated for a moment, and then connected to Kalina's communicator. Kalina, are you feeling better? Well, I'm fine. Liva and Lena went to accompany the director to the meeting, and I will provide support for your actions from now on. Thank you. Now, we had tracked the third-generation doll of Girard Group to the target area. Can you indicate us the specific target location? Happened to Kalina? She got infected by, well, I should say she got ambushed. And part of that ambush was infecting her with collapsed radiation. Again? Yes, again. And after she was infected, she ended up losing Helena, and then afterwards she got put in the hospital. Commander visited Kalina, but seeing the commander made her break down because she's like, "Fuck, I'm such a useless bitch. I don't even want to be here. I just want to be with you, Commander, forever." Like, she basically broke the fuck down and had a roast limit moment. And the commander's like, fuck. Basically. But she's feeling better now. And she probably wants to just get back to how things were. Or at least trying to get back to how things were, where she's supporting him. Our people have been monitoring the situation of Igla, and I have synchronized the information I have. In addition, I am mobilizing internal communication within the security department, and officials with close ties to the Girard Group seem to have conveyed information about a conflict taking place within a facility within Girard. At this moment, when fighting against Girard's third-generation doll, it can only be. That's right, it should be the Defy Squad. The next priority is to find the Defy dolls. Hopefully doesn't decide to become Anita. She won't. Really, like, seriously, the only thing that that she has ever wanted was to just stay with the commander. Like, she has made that very clear. That has been her only real goal. And she tried to cope by being like him, which is why she actually stayed in Namfa, because she tried to do the things that the commander would do in that situation. But even though she is good at it, she doesn't see herself as a commander. She just wants to be the support. She doesn't want to be the protagonist, is the best way to put it. We'll find them and also retrieve Helena. Do you think the five would bring Helena back? The dolls were commanded by Angie. I believe they will not deteriorate. Well, I trust your judgment. From the perspective of the park structure, there are several large ventilation ducts, and it is predicted that there will be an entrance to the Underground Research Institute at that location. I've indicated the most likely route, and once it goes down, it is up to you to adapt to the situation. Lena was a logistics officer back in Frontline 1, that is true. She learned many skills like leadership when on the way, that is also true. But the fact is that she doesn't want to be that leader. She wants to be the support. Leave it to me. Lena sent a roadmap to enter the hinterland of the Research Institute, and after exchanging opinions, the dolls of Squad 404 began preparing to infiltrate for combat. The ammo and weapons brought by Groza were distributed to the dolls Let's start it over. The ammunition and weapons brought by Groza were distributed to the dolls as supplements, while Kolfing was debugging the equipment beside me to ensure smooth communication. I pointed to Kukai's feet. This is the first evacuation location. If it is exposed here, we will meet at the main entrance of the park. What about the rules of engagement? Fire only after being attacked. What a troublesome task. Try to avoid combat as much as possible. The area marked by Colleen has security systems intrusion points. Invade the system first and try to gather as much information as possible. If necessary, burn down the automated combat units along the network first. It is a bit difficult for the current 404 team to directly burn down the enemy. Can you do it? Of course I can. Leave it to us, Commander. It says... Andres, I synchronized the intrusion point of the security system with you. Received. Although there are more combat units along the way than we expected. But as long as you are cautious, you don't have to disturb those troublesome guys. Yes. First, let's deal with those automated combat units, and then quietly invade. Yeah, sure, we're gonna quietly invade. This is quiet. Being quiet from ingenious, yeah. $27.4 X month, X day, night. I wonder why they're not putting down the month and day. I'm asking that because they actually typically do that for Girls Frontline. At the very least, they would put down the month. In the conference room on the top floor of the Gerard Group headquarters building, Kruger, Leva, Lena, and several agents from the NAMFA are already in place. Dates are hard? Probably. They might put them down, like, in retrospect. You'll eventually see. Oleg Gerard, unlike Rurik, who belongs to the Odessa Oblast branch, the president of the Viv headquarters looks more shrewd. At this moment, he is sitting at the other end of the long table with a metal box and several documents in front of him. Big Daddy. I saw him, I was like, whoa, he's here again. My heart. Thank you for keeping the appointment on time, Mr. Oleg. Oh! Ooh! My nose! Because he smells. He definitely looks more shrewd. No need to be so polite, Mr. Kruger. These are all the materials you need. All the evidence of the doll riots and vaccine incidents. Data, expense records, your total meeting minutes. Everything is available. So cooperative. I thought we need some negotiation. Times have changed, Miss Leva. Carrying on to death doesn't benefit me much. The only strategy is to protect myself wisely. Ugly bastard Raven. Kruger gestured for Leva to check the materials. Leva looked at the memory module, inserted it to the interface, quickly went through it, and nodded. The information is complete and the evidence chain is complete. There is nothing dishonest about Mr. Oleg. How about it? Is it more generous than you imagine? I don't know. I know I don't have the qualifications to make demands, but I hope you can be equally generous to me. NAMFA will definitely fulfill your promise, and we will ensure your personal safety. I have to say, Mr. Oleg, you seem completely indifferent to the future of your group employees. The mall is not gentler than your battlefield, respected director. When necessary, someone must be sacrificed, such as my unlucky brother. Survival of the fittest, isn't it? I confirm our commitment again on behalf of the NAMFA. As long as you provide complete evidence in cooperation with the investigation, we will ensure your personal safety and arrange a new identity for you. Oh, so you're going to protection program, okay? And a transfer of some private property. Is Kruger still on our side? Yes. Like 95%. The 5% is like the law, more or less. Like if the commander goes off the rails, he may have to, like, you know, not follow. But like 95%, yes, he's on our side. Speaking of my personal safety, of my personal property, I have some additional sincerity to express. Perhaps it can help me fight for one pension. He opened his portable tablet and retrieved a series of files. I know you have been investigating the content of the Paradise Project recently. As you mentioned before, the unauthorized actions of Igla are also related to this. I hate that punching bag. To be honest, I have no idea why this project is worth fighting for so many of you. But since you want, this is all the information of the database for the Paradise Project. Orphan's research notes and experimental data are all abundant. This game's also a shotgun. Lena's eyes widened slightly. You're going to betray your daughter? Don't look at me that kind of gaze, miss. Scientists should take responsibility for their own choices. I am a businessman who pays for my own decisions. To my knowledge, the public announcement of the Paradise Project was just a few hours later. Your daughter is probably preparing wholeheartedly for at this moment, and she probably wouldn't have thought of it at all. Her father is destroying all of her hard work on the other side of the city. I believe this is also a good thing for Orphaline. How is it a good thing? Since the project has already caught your attention, getting deeper and deeper will only make her more guilty. Oh, I see. It's to distance her from it. I mean, she's already quite distant as it is, but like, yeah, she is the one who's spearheading the project, but she's also a complete idiot when it comes to maintaining the sincerity of the project. So there is a plausible deniability. Timely stop loss is not only for me, but also for her. Her expression remained unchanged as he took over the tablet. These materials are indeed very valuable. However, this is not enough for us to express our attitude. Is that supposed to say gratitude? As the official representative of NAMPA, I must formally demand that you immediately halt all activities of the Paradise Project. Of course. I had anticipated this step long ago. He took out his communicator and quickly inputted commands. I have issued direct orders in my capacity as CEO. All preparations for the Paradise Project will be immediately suspended. Are you satisfied with the public release you just mentioned? Additionally, I would like to know if there is evidence to suggest that the Paradise Project... Why'd it go red? Just before Kruger finished speaking, the lights in the conference room suddenly went out, and then the red immersion light came on. I'm more surprised you haven't used the Ian translation patch that the Ghost Light Discord has made. I don't know about that. I rarely check the Discord. Lena, protect the director. Huh, okay. The door of the conference room was suddenly smashed open, and a group of armed personnel and puppet dolls quickly rushed in, surrounding everyone. If you drop it in, drop it in Discord, in DMs. So by everything, including the UI, because if the UI is also translated, then that would more or less mean that I kind of have no reason to keep playing global. But yeah. Oleg immediately stood up. Who authorized you to enter? Get out. Sir. The security system has been reset. The personnel access permission has been revoked. Sir, I'm the chairman of the group. I command you all. Oleg Girard, you have violated the loyalty agreement by selling the core assets and related personnel of the group. A powerful voice for the direct. I know. I just try to match what's on screen. That's all. Command execution denied. Loyalty agreement. What a load of crock. Who gave you permission to refuse my commands? According to the current command, all personnel will be restricted to a safe area until the Paradise Project is completed. Any resistance will immediately lead to military intervention armed personnel. The evil Grum voice is back? I'm not doing it. What do you mean? Oleg's face turned pale. This is rebellion! Who dares to do this? Is it that Zimmerman? Or those bastards from the board of directors? You know, it's always the board of directors. It's always the board of directors. Out of any situation like this, it's like a line of like 12 dudes. That's like, we don't like the CEO. Let's override him and then make him go crazy. Yeah, investors are the real evil. Like it always goes back to Spider-Man 1. There's always Norman Osborn. Neither the armed personnel nor the doll replied to Oleg's intention, and he slowly collapsed onto the chair with a cold sweat. Do you know how much I sacrificed for this company? Kruger gave Oleg a cold glance and stood up to scold the armed personnel. Your actions have violated the agreement with the NAMFA. Entering an authorized safe area with weapons without the approval of the NAMFA violates the law and will be considered a serious administrative crime. Mr. Director, we are extremely sorry for treating you this way, but please cooperate with us to stay here until... Ooh, okay, until the Paradise Project is launched. As long as you cooperate, we will not take any offensive measures against you. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your personal safety. Levi and Lynn exchanged a glance and protected Kruger from the center. Even IRL CEOs are just the real villains again. Watch the latest summary, that was intense. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. It is a very good chapter. Yeah. Even though I didn't go through everything. Communication cannot be sent out. All signals in the frequency band are blocked. Do you want to take action? But there are so many people on the other side. Protest ensuring Kruger's safety. It seems that the determination of your subordinates are far more resolute than you imagine. Damn it. These bastards. Although we don't want to make it so ugly, Mr. Oleg, I'm afraid the terms of our agreement needs to be changed. The door to the conference room closed behind the puppet figure, and the red warning light continued to flash, casting a particularly solemn reflection on everyone's face. Here. Alright. What is this about? Oh, okay. Is it really just to replace a file? Is that it? Is that all you had to do? Just replace a file? Let me take a closer look at this real quick. Yeah, if it's just replacing a file, I'll do it right now. Honestly. Like, does this also... Is it also for the current story as well? Does it also translate that? Because if that's the case, then I'll just do it right now. If it's literally just replacing a file. Yeah, I'll make sure to back it up, yeah. See, I'll go here. Yeah, that's a lot of files. Hold on. I mean, I guess I'm already here. I'm already in this folder. I might as well just do it now. Okay, I'm going to turn off the game. That way, nothing bad happens. Okay. Full hacker mans. Yeah, I just know how to do all this stuff. I'm just really surprised if that is actually the case. Is all I'm really gonna say. Let me just make a folder first. Folder for a backup. Fine. Language package, table, cn, bytes. Paste. Backup folder. Okay, that's been replaced. Now you said that's all I need to do. Just replace a file. So we'll see.
Frontline 2
That's where it is. Okay, no problem. I'm gonna pull this down first, that way you guys don't see my password. I see English.
お帰りなさい、指揮官。熱いコーヒーはいかがですか?
I see English. Can't believe it was that simple. Holy shit. I've been playing CN this entire time, but no one's ever told me about this. Yeah, I guess I'm never playing Global ever again. Alright, now I need to adjust. Hey, since when did Global got Corposant? Okay. Alright, now I actually need to start building up this account, because it's like, oh, well, now I have now I have literally no reason to play Global anymore. The Defy doll moves quickly through the underground passage. And yeah, now we can check how the how this is going to work out. At their feet lays shattered combat machinery, and bodies riddled with holes. Clear. No new enemies detected within the vicinity. We had to break out from here. Getting closer to the surface will allow us to break through the signal interference and contact Kevin. But before that, where's Helena? I left her at the starting point, which is this position. The moment she saw Void Masna appear, Alva guessed her choice, but Alva still held a sliver of hope and began to look around. Although Void Masna didn't search for a Helena figure like Alva, her wolf eyes had already scanned the area countless times, and the answer was self-evident. Even on Void Masna's usually expressionless face, one could see her disappointment and regret at this moment. Void Masna, AK-15's like, fuck! She's like, fuck! all inside. When was she last seen? Ooh, what was that? We must have walked up to a small hole by the sewer. Alva shone a flashlight inside. Okay, it's a flashlight. But there was no sign of Helena. Judging by these marks, there was a fierce battle here. Helena's defense system released energy beams here. He was taken. When Masa bit down and picked up the broken pieces of the communicator, her expression grave. It was my mistake of judgment. I'm sorry. Alva checked the terminal, but still couldn't find the boss's signal. If she had retreated immediately as you suggested, we might have been able to save Helena. I'm sorry, if we had retreated. I stayed for too long. They were able to locate Helena's position. By dragging out for so long, they had enough time to track her. I didn't think it through. If I could have defeated that third generation doll faster. It was already hard enough to retreat from Chilevik's place. We'll figure something out about Helena later. The priority now is to transmit the intelligence we just obtained. Force a breakthrough. That way is faster. Void Masna reloaded her magazine and nodded to Alva. I will say this, the translation that's here right now, it has way better translations of the names themselves are proper nouns. Which is like so good, honestly. I don't have to translate everything in my head before I say it. Alba was about to get up when she suddenly froze and started listening in the sewer. I think I hear other gunshots. It's far away. The sound is very faint, but it's definitely the sound of a firefight. It seems someone else is engaging the garrison forces. It's in the direction we were planning to evacuate. At this time, who could it be? Trying to see it. Oh wow, even these are translated. Holy shit. And what the fuck is a kanji? The dolls here are standing still? Oh yeah, they're not called dolls and not humanoid beings. The five crossed the underground passage. As Albert had guessed, a large number of garrison troops were stationed in the passage. Combat mechs and dolls had already built fortifications, waiting for the renegades to walk into their trap. But the mechs in front of Alba were all motionless. Their drooping limbs and weapons made Alba realize they had been burned out on the spot. Is it Kevin? It doesn't like his handiwork. Maybe our luck has turned. Wow. What skills did Kevin get for her to say that? Agent J was always a loser. I mean, he had skill, but he didn't really have anything reliable. She's still called Nito. Okay, so this is still wrong. I mean, I like Kevin too, but he was a loser. I have to say, I admire your optimistic attitude. But I'm afraid Lady Luck is always fickle. Alva immediately looked for the source of the voice, but couldn't see Igla anywhere. Jay got a girl though. He did! A pretty girl, yeah. He was our loser, that's what mattered. Wimasana shoves Alba forcefully. The immense impact slamming her against the wall. Just as she was feeling dizzy, a violent explosion was heard from where she had been. She scrambled to her feet and found that the ceiling above had been blown open. Igla, who had dropped from above, had already plunged a dagger into Voidmaster's forearm. Voidmaster lowered her body to absorb the force, pushed Igla to her side, and then kicked out viciously. Igla blocked the kick with both hands, tracing an arc in the air before landing on the ground. Excellent reaction. I enjoy fighting with you. There are not many opponents who can make me go all out consistently. Voidmaster pulled the dagger from her forearm and looked at it. The dagger was originally aimed at her core. She refocused her attention to Igla, who made a gesture to her. It seems we won't be getting out of this underground area without eliminating her. Leave it to me. Yeah, I wish someone told me about this this mod earlier. Kukai pulled her connection terminal from a panel. The panel emitted an abnormal current before gradually quieting down, but her body was still trembling violently. Even cyber warfare is no big deal. Kukai barely managed to stand up from her teammate support. Even with 4 dolls and equipment Andres was carrying to share the load, the immense processing burden of the intrusion nearly caused Kukai to shut down. Wondering how AK-12 was doing all this? Apparently she's undercover. Somewhere. Fortunately, before her neural claw burned out, she broke through the system's firewall and destroyed the entire facility's automated command chain. Commander, we suppressed the defense system's terminal. I just shut down all automated combat units in this facility. Good job, Kukai. As expected of you. Where's Sop? Not here. It's the best way to put it. She was injured, if I remember rightly. Like, last time I met her, she was actually severely injured. It has been a while, so I don't remember exactly where she was sent. That's a given. No matter what kind of mission you give me, I can't complete it. You're so reliable. Can you transfer the permissions for the defense system terminal to me? No problem. I'm on it now. Okay, can you see it? I'm in the system. The enemy has heavy damage reports in the 4 areas of the underground zone. The last area is in, a vertical area not far from you. Holy shit, they gave the full name! I'm sorry, this translation is actually killing me. They don't call it like rebellious team or team rebel. It's literally Task Force Defy. Like someone actually went into the file and made the full translation themselves manually, I want to say. Is it Task Force Defy? It's highly likely. Team Rebel. Please lead us there. I'll bring them back. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Is that better? Yes! Immensely so. I barely had to translate anything before I say it now. The only mistake I see is Igla still being called Needle? But, nah, that one can go either way. I can see the English version calling her Needle instead because Igla literally means needle, but it can go either way. But we're still going to call her Igla because that's a proper name she has. Lot 404 entered the facility smoothly. Their figures were no longer visible through the binoculars. I looked at the coordinates on the terminal, considering what might happen next. Based on information, it is highly likely that we'll encounter the Phi in the predicted area. With the combined combat power of Squad 404 and the Phi, breaking out of the facility shouldn't be difficult. However, even if they can successfully rendezvous with the Defy dolls, the presence of that third generation doll will still be a major obstacle. Being delinquent. I have seen delinquents used and translated before. To be honest, I'm not very confident about defeating that doll in the underground facility with our current dolls. However, defeating her isn't our mission. We need to come up with a plan to quickly get away from her and leave. Looking at the facility map, an idea suddenly came to me. However, I can't get the information to support my idea from the terminal. It seems it's time to seek support. I quickly formulated my words and called Kalina, who answered promptly. Kalina, can you find a complete structural blueprint of Gerard's underground facility? Are you thinking? Yeah, the dolls I have on hand would have a hard time confronting that Igla directly. Remember our operation at this submarine base? Wow, you just pull way back in the trauma machine, huh? Are you still gonna play in global now? Probably not. I'm going to be completely honest. Honestly, I don't even need to play it to be completely honest, because my account is so stacked that I can just blow through anything in a story. So we'll still do it for. I'll still use that account for the English side, but yeah, I'm gonna have to start building up this account now. I want to replicate it. Which part? The part where you almost died, or the part where you almost died? Or the part where you almost died? It's very much in your line, I think, in your line of style, Commander. But this is a white zone city. It's very different from the base in the red zone back then. Aren't you going to consider the social impact? So isn't this me discussing with you whether it's feasible? As expected, I'm the one who had to clean up your mess. Really? As soon as it's a chosen matter, you throw it on me, Commander. I don't know much about government affairs. If you could help Kalina, that would be for the best. Let me think. If the impact is contained within its underground facility, the scope of the impact should be manageable. My authority can control media dissemination to a certain extent, but if you cause an even bigger incident, Commander, it will depend on whether Mr. Kruger can handle it. It is cheaper to buy stuff in CN, yes. I'll try my best to not cause any trouble, Kalina. What an unbelievable promise. Notice how she's all smiles? She was smiling the entire time. Alright, the diagram has been sent. Thank you. By the way, after this mission, if you're free, shall we go have a meal together? Oh, is the commander going in for once? Holy shit! That sudden switch. I feel like there were a lot of misunderstandings between us before. If we find a relaxing place to have a good chat, maybe they'll all be resolved in a snap? What do you think? If it's not really possible, then forget it. If you're paying out of your own pocket, Commander, then I suppose I could go. But I'm gonna choose a very, very nice place, so be prepared. Commander, listen to me! Sorry, Clean. 404's in trouble. I'll contact you later. Be safe. Okay, what's the situation? Oh, I know what that oh no is. It's like, is that a death flag? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's a death flag. I will say this. It will be very fucking bold if they decide to kill off Kalina, and I don't think they're gonna do that. We are approaching the target area. There's a fierce firefight in that area. According to the energy fluctuation and thermal imaging analysis, one of the warring particles is clearly a Gen 3 doll, matching Ewa's characteristics. And the other party. Commander, those are indeed members of the Squad Defy. AK-15 and A-94. Good work. Make contact with them immediately and find a way to get them out. If you get tangled up with Igla, go towards... I opened the building blueprint Clean gave me. Quickly deduced the situation and then sent the coordinates. Move this location. Tell me when you're in trouble. Tell me when you're in position. I'll set an explosive trap to block her pursuit. Roger. Moving out. Who's the got Raymond? What the fuck? What does that even mean? I took a deep breath. Grossa had already prepared her weapon and was standing silently by my side, waiting for orders. See, she was there the entire time. You know, she's cool with it. Grossa, go to this position and set the explosives. One of the 4 support columns should buy some time. Understood. Move our vehicle next to the park. As soon as the evacuating dolls reach the surface, we'll immediately support their departure. Understood. I'll be ready to depart at any time. By the way, did you bring all the medicine prepared for Helena? Yes. I've always had it with me. I wonder if her condition will worsen in the white zone environment. Be prepared to give Helena a simple checkup in a bit. As soon as I see Helena, I'll give her a full checkup. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Let's begin. Maybe Helena will set the explosives for you. And also, next thing, you are right. Kalina is like the last person, the last human remaining that Commander would be willing to settle down with. Well, I guess there's Kruger too. Like, if Kruger's like, hey, Commander, I got this mansion out in the not a mansion, but this outhouse in a resort somewhere. You just want to chill there for the rest of your life with me? You might be like, yeah, that's true. I can see him saying that. Led by Kukai, Squad 404 passed through the underground facility and arrived near the battlefield. Now, they could clearly see the entire battlefield. The underground sewer had been devastated by the battle, its walls riddled with bullet holes and concrete rubble scattered across the ground. The bar. In the midst of the ruins, A-94 and AK-15 were engaged in a fierce battle with a woman in a suit. It really is her. Their battle must have been going on for a considerable amount of time. AK-15 was covered in wounds. A-94's movements were much slower than I remembered. By I guess she means Kukai. To make matters worse, they seem to be running out of ammunition. Igla seems to be dancing rather than fighting. Her rapier tracing an arc in the air. Her movement is beautiful yet sharp. Oh, not elegant? We're gonna say beautiful now? I mean, it's less pretentious that way, but sure. Even when facing the combined attack with 2 of the 5 members, Igla remained composed. With her extensive combat experience, Kukai could tell at a glance that even with the dolls by her side, it would be difficult to win a head-on confrontation with Igla. but she didn't hesitate for that moment. The commander had given the order, and she was confident she could fulfill her mission. On level 2, she had the other dolls deploy the 2 positions that would maximize their firepower, while she herself rushed towards the engagement zone at high speed. Team Defy, this is Kukai from Squad 404. The commander had dispatched us to assist with your evacuation. I'm approaching near 6 o'clock. Hold your fire. 404? The Defy dolls' movements didn't falter when they received the transmission. Eagle's whiff assault was like a raging storm, not giving them a moment's rest. But even under such unfavorable circumstances, they maintained an astonishing level of tactical coordination. Kukai closed into visual range as she watched every one of AN-94's shots precisely targeted Eagle's vitals, while AK-15 engaged him in close quarters combat. The two dolls' coordinations were seamless, and yet the fact that Eagle was still fighting with such ease, even Kukai found it unnerving. But she wouldn't be intimidated. Kukai seized the moment when the tall doll and Igla slightly distanced themselves, and accurately fired several grenades at Igla. This unexpected attack angered Igla. TM rats. It really is that person. Taking advantage of Igla's momentary distraction, Wenmatsu's flying kick struck her in the waist, and more grenade explosions forced her to retreat again to create distance. Now's the time, follow me! Holy shit, Wenmatsu is stacked. That's like the first thing I noticed. Like, whoa, he's actually really stacked. Kukai? HK 416? Or 416? Aren't you supposed to? This is not the time to talk. The commander suggests to support you in A94. Get out of that thing's attack range first. Got it. I can hold on a little longer. You guys cover 94's retreat first. I fucking love it when she does that. You just point her in context. Because the game is like, yeah, protect AN-94, or cover AN-94 while she runs to the evacuation point, and then Kukai just gets in her bike, kills everyone, and then runs away. Oh, they probably do. I don't have any friends here, though. All of my friends are English. Are global. Groza report. I do have a guild, though. And that guild should have AK-15s. More than likely. That said, I actually do have a physical team, so I should get AK-15 myself. We have reached the designated location. The load-bearing columns have been confirmed. Calculate the blast radius precisely to ensure that the only floor of the target area is destroyed without causing the entire building to collapse. Got it. Rosa moved quickly, setting up 4 sets of directional explosive charges in the designated locations in just a few dozen seconds. Let me brighten up my room for a second. Getting a little dark. Also, side note, but I actually believe that we will have a S rank version of Groza at some point. I think that the game or the story is leading to that point, but it probably won't be for a while. Groza moved quickly, setting up the 4 sets of directional explosive charges in the designated locations in just a few dozen seconds. Commander, explosive deployment complete. Detonate on my command. Neural upgrade? It's possible, but I think that it'll just outright just be another doll. Understood. I nervously watched the terminal. Squad 404 was heading towards the area I just sent, and the signal source of the dolls picked up was bound to that relentless 3rd generation doll. I would like a healing chapter, but the thing is that for Ghost Frontline 2, things haven't gotten like in such a massive depression bit that I don't think a healing chapter is necessary yet. You know what I mean? How's it going? Pretty good. Commander, we're about to reach the designated area. The enemy is right behind us. Good, the trap is set. Just waiting for you to clear the blast radius. Roger, 10 seconds. Fall back, quick! Just as Kukai was distracted by the communication, a furious Igla charged at her with a sword at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. So stuff they actually almost invisible, so she's not as fast as Grig at the very least. Alva's shot hit the blade aimed at Kukai, deflecting its tip. It plunged squarely into the receiver of the rifle Kukai had raised to block. Kukai immediately dropped her rifle, drew her pistol, and fired an entire magazine at the nearby Igla. However, even at point-blank range, bullets of this caliber were still like tickles to Igla. Well, the new waves at this point need the healing chapter. I agree. The other members of the Squad 404 immediately laid down suppressive, fully automatic fire on Igla, forcing her back slightly. Don't worry about me. It's too late. Go now. Boy Monster rushed forward, grabbed Kukai by the collar, and with a powerful leap, brought her back into the doll fire formation. AK Finton's like, nah, I got you. Kukai looked at her position in surprise, but she quickly came to her senses and shouted into the communicator. Commander, we reached the designated position. Acknowledged. Groza's finger was already on the detonator, ready to activate it when I gave the final command. Detonate! The blast wave for an explosion shook the entire building. The precise directional blasting caused the entire floorboard beneath Igla's feet to break apart. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Igla's face as she plummeted downwards, caught off guard. Kukai, the explosives have detonated. Can you give me an effective assessment? The explosion hit the enemy! That Jinpithal fell on the ground! Roger. Get out of there immediately. I'll bring a vehicle to pick you up. I sent the pickup coordinates. Alright, coming right away. Defy, we're evacuating to the next location immediately. The commander will pick us up. Igla signals approaching. What? Sorry for getting closer while we move. Alva and Boy Mosna exchanged a look and nodded at Kukai, while the Squad 404 dolls had already put away their weapons and were preparing to move. The building's exit was not far away. In the opposite direction of the movement, a doll jumped up from the ground in a cloud of smoke. We'll provide covering fire and rotation to stop her from getting closer. Wait. Alba didn't slow down. She keenly sensed that something was different about Igla. As expected, the figure in the smoke didn't move. She just stood there, menacingly, as if watching the dolls leave. Igla isn't pursuing. Don't slow down. Picard looked in Igla's direction. As Alba had said, the other party did not attack, and a flash of car lights could be seen from outside the building's door, shining into the building. Get in the car, quick! The sound of screeching brakes let the dolls know that their extraction vehicle had arrived. I opened the car door and jumped into the back to make room for the dolls to get in. Squad 404 quickly piled onto the jeep. Alva and Vlomasna, seeing that there wasn't enough space, jumped into the back and sat with me. Rosa nervously watched in Igla's direction, waiting for the pickup to be complete, while Kulfin, after scanning the area repeatedly, said anxiously, "Where's Helena?" Gerard took Helena. What? I'm sorry, Commander. I have a way to get her back, but it's too dangerous here. Let's leave quickly first. Please go to these directions. Coordinates. This is our safe house. I understand. Rosa, let's move out immediately. The jeep made a sharp U-turn and drove out of the park, while the figure in the smoke from earlier had long since disappeared, seemingly having left in a greater hurry than the dolls. Oh, new day. New day, new me. It's not the fight without something going wrong. Honestly, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's like they defy a good mention or something. Inside the state sec safe house. Yeah, I guess this is still be. It says state security, and that's technically correct, but yeah, this should be state sec. The lights are dim, with only the blue glow from a few computer screens illuminating the cramped space. The walls are covered with maps and photos, and a few empty magazines and metal kits are scattered on the floor. The dolls are using the supplies in the safe house to restock, while Alva's hands a small chip to Vlomasna. Vlomasna took it and started uploading on a nearby terminal. Alva breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the upload begin. Keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't let your guard down. The previous battle has greatly reduced the Gerard's combat capability. Kevin should have been able to break through the blockade more easily now. Help him find a way to bring in F-Wake equipment. You need the power to defeat Igla. This is the white zone. I will take responsibility for the decision, so use it with confidence. Wakata. Vlomasna's lips curled up slightly, but she immediately controlled them and began to use a terminal to make external contact. Is this Kevin or Agent K? Agent J. Agent K's real name is Kane Swabin. I stood in the center of the room, recognized the ownership of the safe house, and then my gaze swept over the members of the device squad, finally landing on Alva. Alva saw the question in my eyes. She introduced herself and Vlomasna's new names, and also briefly describe their recent actions.
まだ保安局にいるのか。
Did he marry Nila or what? We don't know, actually. He hasn't come back into the story, but he's been mentioned multiple times. So we don't know if he's married or not, or anything like that. Nayla is also in the story as well. She was mentioned. So those two should actually be together, but we don't know their official relationship status. Okay, I wonder if we see him again. Yeah. Are you still affiliated with National Security Agency? No, we just have a corporate relationship.
10年前から反逆正体は完全に独立しています。
The commander mentioned Angie? Yes, he did. It's just a mention, though. Angie had like a whole thing in part 2 with Alva. Since 10 years ago, Squad Defy has been a completely independent team, as you know if you played Ghost Frontline 1.
本当なら近況を聞くべきだが。
I'd love to ask how you've all been, but I have more pressing concerns right now.
どうしてリビウに来た？
Why did you appear in the Viv? And why did you take Helena? Also, what exactly happened in that building? Alva didn't answer immediately. Instead, continued to type on the keyboard as data scrolled quickly across the screen. After a moment, once all the data at hand was parsed, she turned her gaze to me and spoke seriously. Let me start from the beginning, Commander. For 10 years, we have never given up our pursuit of Paradise. Oh, and Paradise is spelled correctly! It feels so good! Having a good translation. I believe we now understand that they have not been eliminated. And a while ago, through some intelligence work, we obtained the coordinates of another Paradise experimental base. With the help of the National Security Bureau, we found that base and met a needle named Chilovic there. Wait, Chilovic's a Nito? You know this person? Okay, so this is called Eden Project. Why do you pronounce it Paradise? Because that's the way how the game says it. I know what other thing you want to pronounce it as, which is Paradise, but it's never been pronounced that way. He's one of the leaders of the... So now it's called Eden Project, so... Paradise or Eden? Let's see. He's one of the leaders of the Eden Project. Orphaling. That young lady from the Girard group trusts her a lot. I've always suspected she was with Paradise, but I never thought she'd actually be a Nito. That is a hair Paradise. I literally just heard it, and they're saying Paradise. So. It seems you've also gathered a lot of information. It sounds consistent with our intelligence. Before the data at the base was destroyed, we obtained some information about the Eden Project and confirmed the cooperation between the Girard Group and the Paradise. At the time, we weren't sure of the specifics of the Eden Project, but anything connected to Paradise. Eradicate evil to the root. That's right. So we came to the Vid to investigate further. Then the matter with Helena was an accident. We discovered that Igla was trying to take her, and as O43, she is also an important part of the Eden Project data. Forgot about Gray. Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? We can't just stand by and let the Jiraiya group get it, because we're not sure of the potential risks involved.
ならどうしてもっと分かりやすく協力
When I
してく
offered
れる
direct help, Lena, Nampa personnel were also on the scene at that time.
あの場にいたのに。
財団に私たちのスパイがいます。
We have a mole inside the financial conglomerate.
その情報によれば、ジラードと管理局は手を組ん
Before
で
we came,
詳細
we'd
はわかり
already
ませんが
learned that the Jiraiya group and Nampa had reached an agreement, but the specific details were unclear.
だから管理局がわざとヘレナをジラー
Do
ド
you
に
suspect
奪
that
わせた
Nampa
と思った
deliberately tried to hand Helena over to the Jiraiya group?
それはありえない。
That's impossible.
はあの
Nampa's
クルーガー
directors Kruger and Kleena and the members of Squad 44 were in charge of receiving
404メン
Helena.
バーだ。
クルーガーさんやカリーナさんを疑ってい
We
るわ
understand.
けではありません。
You don't suspect Mr. Kruger or Miss Kleena
共に
or
フランク
the
フルトで
other
戦った
comrades
戦友
who
たち
fought with us in
の
Frankfurt
話
10 years ago.
私たちも最初は
We didn't intend to get
介
fully
入するつもり
involved
は
at
ありませんで
first.
した
We just provided Leva with some assistance.
ですが
But for one, Ayla was pressing hard at the time, and we determined that Miss Kleena was no longer able to protect Helena.
何より
And for another,
カリーナさんたち以外
we
に
couldn't fully trust
管
the
理
people
局の
behind
関係者
Nampa
を信用できません
aside from them.
自らの利益のために
We have reason to believe that under certain circumstances, those people would make unethical deals for their own benefit. I was at a loss for words, and sharing the same thoughts, I couldn't find any reason to refute Alba.
それで
And then,
ヘレナを連れて逃げながら応戦
we
しま
took
した
Helena and engaged in a chase with Igla.
しかし途中で
Along the
彼
way,
女の入って
Helena's
いた
pods
箱
would
が
somehow
機能を
detach,
し
which also created some obstacles for our actions.
私たちの本来の目的は
Our purpose in coming to Lviv was to investigate the Eden Project, not Helena.
ヘレナの争奪戦に介入
But
した
at that
以上
time, we had to admit that the mission had a bit of a bottleneck, or had hit a bottleneck. By getting involved in the fight for Helena, we also lost our cover, and the path for infiltration and investigation was blocked.
そこで一つ作戦を思いつきました
So I came up with a plan,
とてつもなくリスクの大き
a
い
very
作
risky
戦
plan,
でもうまくいった
but it succeeded in the end.
どんな作戦だったんだ。
What plan?
私がイグラの足止めをしている
In a chase with Igla, I had Void Mosna leave the Helena first. Then I stayed behind to cover our retreat and face Igla alone.
もちろん私が叶う相手ではあり
No
ま
match for Igla. After stalling for some time, I was defeated by Igla and then taken back to their lab,
先ほどの施設に連れて行かれました
the building we were just in.
わざとか。
So you did it on purpose?
反逆小隊のメンバーは
We in the fight have special way of locating each other.
2キロまでですが
They can bypass existing conventional jamming
位
signals,
置情報を発信
but the disadvantage is its range is only 2 kilometers.
それを頼りにボイマ
Using
ス
me
の
as
施設を
beacon,
見つけ
Vamasta evaded pursuit while narrowing the search area.
イグラたちの不意をつき攻撃を仕掛けました
She finally found the place and launched an attack where they were unprepared.
その隙に私は奴らのデータベースにアクセスしました
Okay. And then I got a chance to steal their database. Alba stood up and walked towards a holographic projection table in the center of the room. She inserted a small storage device into the projector. Immediately, a blue hologram unfolded in the air, displaying complex data streams and architectural drawings.
これがダウンロードしたデータです
This is the classified data I've obtained. I stared at Alba in disbelief, my eyes wide.
これは
This is...
楽園
That's
計
right.
画の真相です
This is the truth of the Eden Project.
表向きは再生可能エネルギー
On the surface, Eden Project is Jiraiya's group's new energy research.
実際は
In reality, it's a very complex set of technical verification experiments. Large-scale particle absorption and release technology is just one part of it. Okay, what's the other part?
他には
There are also experiments on the textural mutation of plants at the particle irradiation, and experiments on the cultivation of clones of a certain gene sample. I think you've probably seen these two type of experiments in a certain underground laboratory, Commander, right? I recalled the past when I met Diane and the others, and suddenly realized that an unknown person had saved my life back then. At that time, were you the ones who destroyed the cannonballs? Yes. We were also investigating that underground laboratory at the time, but you had already taken care of it, Commander. We learned that location through an inside tip of the National Security Bureau. Their agents had taken action before, but it seems they all failed. I had to thank you for freeing them. Besides what was just mentioned, there was a technology violation that the Paradise was unusually concerned about, namely using immune bodies to trigger the activation ignition test of relic-related equipment. Yeah, we know about that very well. My guess is that Paradise wants to use special life forms as a medium to touch the Nirvana space. Oh, there's the name. Helen is that medium. That's a lot of ellipses. I held my forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness. Nirvana. It's the Nirvana space again. Can this be done? The Nirvana space, whether it's required equipment or the activation body, has very strict requirements. Not to mention the extremely large amount of glass particles required. Ah! You thought of it too, Commander? The Director's plan includes using plants to absorb and gather glass particles, and Paradise has cultivated cloned immune bodies. O-43 is the most recent one we've seen. Although we haven't received any intelligence that they have obtained relic-related equipment, the conclusion is likely not optimistic for us. Inside the Uranian Sea, someone wants to obtain this level of equipment. Yes. I think you guessed it. So the possibility of them having equipment is extremely high. These people want to recreate the fissure that opened in Frankfurt back then. Fissure? Fissure. There was no fissure. There was a bombing. There's an airstrike, a constant airstrike for that matter. They did try to do this, but it was stopped. Okay. So, yeah, we're back to either there's a part 2 that we haven't seen yet, or there's a retcon. At this point, I am going with a part 2. Since Ghost Frontline 1 is still ongoing. I couldn't make a sound, just stared at the screen Alva pushed in front of me, at the information she had taken from Chilivik. And the other dolls who had finished their maintenance heard our discussion and eagerly gathered around, hoping to get more information.
彼岸スペースに触れるって具体的にどうやって？
I don't understand. What will happen if Paradise tried to touch the Nirvana space?
膨大な量のコーラプス粒子に蓄えられた放射線はエンジン
The relic equipment will be the activator. The consciousness used to connect to the Nirvana space will be the key. Oh, that fucking word again! And a massive amount of glass particles will be the fuel, the catalyze, the key to activate the equipment. Under the influence of the radiation energy, Helena will resonate with the relic equipment and open the gate to the Nirvana space. That's the simple explanation. And what happened to Helena? Will all those glass particles be absorbed by her? No. In fact, if that were the case, it might not have been so bad. Immune bodies aren't affected by glass fluid particles. It's just that after the key is activated and the gate opens, that massive amount of glass fluid particles will be scattered throughout the space to create rifts to Nirvana. Once the plan is initiated, the entirety of Lviv will be catastrophic glass particle radiation. Damn it. She's trying to sacrifice an entire city. So the experiment has gotten this far, and that young lady still knows nothing? Is she an idiot? I'm afraid idiot is not a fair evaluation. The reason Chilovik wants to use Orphelina's research is not simply to gain Juvar's resources allocation and political support. Most importantly, the most crucial part of this research was completed by Orphelina. Or Orphelia. Yeah, Orphelia. Rumor has it, 10 years ago in Frankfurt, she had once witnessed the opening of the Nirvana space with her own eyes. It was then that she acquired the knowledge that lay beyond her understanding. How can that happen? Let's assume nothing was retconned. At that point, as Nirvana's like another dimension, yes. Yes, but it's more complicated just being another dimension. Nirvana is like basically like the God space. The best way to put it is that think of it as the Matrix. If you've seen the Matrix movies before, the world that everyone is in the Matrix, and Nirvana is Zion. And if the thing is though, is that if you're in Nirvana, you basically have control, not control more or less, but you have knowledge of all possibilities, or rather, you are capable of gaining knowledge of all possibilities. That's why Nirvana is so powerful, and that's why everyone is trying to go there, because if you're in Nirvana, you're able to more or less control cause and effect. Nirvana's just Google Cloud. I have played Reverse Collapse. That is true. If you want to learn about Nirvana, the best game to play is Reverse Collapse. They go into huge detail about Nirvana in that game. But assuming nothing has been retconned, the idea of Orphelia actually being able to see Nirvana is kind of odd. It's not impossible, but it wouldn't fit into anywhere that we know, especially if it happened during the Frankfurt battle. Because at that point, the commander was already fucking stuff up with his dolls and the Phi. Like, a lot of the existing Paradox bases in Frankfurt was already obliterated. Now, there was still William who was on the loose, but William was being protected by the URNC that was just established. He wasn't necessarily with Paradox at that point. But I also want to say that he wasn't able to do anything because of how much was trashed. So it couldn't happen with the stuff we already know. It has to happen in the future with Girls Frontline 1 still not finished yet. So technically this is probably spoilers for Girls Frontline 1. You're gonna see protecting William? I guess that is a spoiler of Girls Frontline 1 too, huh? Because yeah, they are. In fact, the biggest reason for the fallout between the Earl and the Commander is that the Earl wants to use William and not kill him. Okay, let me continue. Because, yeah, I was like, I'm trying to make sense of all this, but as it stands right now, we're still missing a lot of pieces. So I think that's as far as I can theorize. Truth. I see. The truth she said she saw. Was this it? In a sense, she's very similar to you, Commander. Both are blessed. Hold up. When was... Is that what he meant by protagonist? So yeah, I just had to stop again, because it's like, wait, this is more new information. I've already had this suspicion with Roach Limit after I read that. But they just straight up, like, why would they straight up say it here? Yeah, so basically they're just confirming that Commander touched Nirvana. Like, he was already showing signs of that in Roach Limit. So I'm not that surprised. That is bull how? It's through M4. If we use M4 as the catalyst, then Commander would be able to see Nirvana. Nation Banshee. Didn't Lunatia what him? He went full him. No. He touched Nirvana's G-spot. Guys. But yes, I like I said, if you actually read Roach Limit, and by the way, there is a translation of that on my Discord. Blah blah blah. The meticulous things he does during Roach Limit in order to lead Kalina to him is extremely specific and extremely deliberate. And it goes well against art. It's very off character for him. So at that point, I was assuming, the Commander must have seen the future at some point. He must have seen what was ahead. And that could only be done through Nirvana. So he must have used, or N4 must have allowed him to see what was in the future in order to make these steps forward. So, like I said, I'm not too surprised by this, but I am surprised that they just straight up say it. You call this a blessing? I apologize, perhaps that wording displeased you. However, in Paradis' case, database, those who see beyond the present world through Nirvana are all called the Blessed. Okay, doubling down then. Okay, so the commander has seen the future. And before the rewind feature in gameplay is actually the commander. Holy shit, that'll be a twist. From what we understand, you are not the only one with that kind of experience. Alva operated the projection, switching to a city map marked with a red dot. Fortunately, we can still stop it in time. According to this data, besides the lab we just destroyed, Chiluvik has another, more secret main laboratory in the white zone. Or in the white area, I don't know what we can call it here. That is the true core of the Eden project. Let me see. Alva displayed the coordinates and attached information on the screen. I read them one by one and began to formulate a plan in my mind. The other dolls also crowded around the screen, trying to understand as much as possible about the battle to come. After we regroup, we'll head to that main lab immediately. I believe Helena is there as well. We have to stop the Eden Project from being activated and bring Helena back from there. Commander, will you help us? I will help you, but this is a serious matter. I must mobilize more forces. I do not recommend you tell the entire truth to anyone related to Nampha, be they human or doll. You can ask Miss Kalina or other dolls for help, but that also means our objective might be linked. Commander, you know what I mean. Yeah, so she's not necessarily saying that Kalina would say anything, but if shit goes down, Kalina would be a target. I completely understand Alva's concerns. But on the one hand, my strength alone is not enough to handle this matter properly. I must ensure that if I fail, we have a backup plan. A plan to evacuate innocent people during a disaster. On the other hand, I admit that Nampha has its untrustworthy side, but some of the people in it are an absolute exception for me. For example, I looked at Alva. Alva looked back at me, and I raised my terminal in front of her. Thank God he's decided to talk to Kalina. I was like, please don't do this a fourth time. Commander? Find a way to immediately lock down the Girard Group's headquarters buildings and have the security department evacuate the entire city. Huh? What happened, Commander? I can't tell you the reason, but doing this can save many lives. I understand. I'll find a way. Thank you. You can contact Mr. Kruger now. Still no luck. It's already past the originally scheduled meeting time.
そうか
Hmm.
連絡がついたら教えてほ
If
し
I
い
can get in touch with him, I need to talk to him. Okay. I'll pass this information on to him.
頼んだ
Hmm.
全部終わった
We'll
ら
solve the problem at hand as soon as
対応手を
possible.
教えてくれ
And then I'll wait for you to send me the shop name you've chosen. I hung up the communication and then said to Alva,
今こちらの予備戦力は4人だ
I have a 4-person team available right now. Do you have any other support?
後方に特殊装備を要請しました。あとは私たちだ
We
け。
call the special purpose equipment as an emergency response measure. Other than that, we're on our own.
パラデウスの計画を止めてヘレナ
Paradis'
も
plan
助け
must
出
be
す
stopped. We'll get Helena back.
私の指揮下に入ってくれるか
Are you willing to accept my commands? Alpha glanced back at Wade Mossna, who gave an affirmative look.
望むところです。
We are willing. It's what we want.
よしでは
Yosh.
君たちは
I love how he said that. He's like, Yosh. Yosh. From now on, you will join our first team.
グローザゴルフェン反逆正体と一緒に私についてこい
Rosa, Gulping, you will act with me and defy.
了解。
Yes, Commander.
来るかいダイエンと合流してオルフェルーネの監視状況を共有させてくれ
Okay, contact Diane to report on Orphelius' surveillance status. Then rendezvous with them to form a fire team.
その後は私たちを援護
You need to be prepared for direct engagement with the Gerard Group and the Public Security Bureau at any time after we enter the building.
はい。手配します。
Alright, I'll arrange it. Took a few stickers and placed them on a terrain map on the terminal, marking the route and action requirements. Then, I glanced at my watch and synchronized the time with the dolls.
一班は私とビルに突入パラデウスの実験室が
Team 1 and 9 will enter the building directly, prioritizing infiltration into Paradis' main laboratory.
30分後に連絡がなかったら
If there's no contact in 30 minutes, Team 2 will secure the entrances and exits there. Entrance here, here, and here. I don't know what here is, but yeah.
グローザ屋上にヘリを止
Rosa,
めるように
contact
戦闘員
Dandelion
に伝えてくれ
and have a helicopter on standby. Worst case scenario, after we get Helena, we'll evacuate by air directly back to the Elmo.
ええ。3班に用意させて。
I'll notify Team 3 and to prepare the route.
今回はこれまでにない危険な
This
作
will
戦
be a
だ
high-risk operation.
無事脱出
It's
できても
highly likely that the URNC will hold us accountable or retaliate afterward.
やめたいな
Anyone who wants to back out can still do so now. The dolls went about their business, organizing their gear or studying their route. No one responded to my last words. I looked around at everyone and nodded.
行くぞ
Move out. Propaganda for RPK video. Thanks. Thanks, Dylan. We'll see when that gets done. Alright, let's see what the bad guys are doing. Yeah, it's gonna happen. For sure. Gerard Group Tower. Puppet dolls are lined up outside the control center. Igla, now in a brand new suit, sat at the console, her long fingers tapping the screen. On the monitor, the scene of Kruger and Oleg imprisoned in the conference room was clearly visible.
どうぞ。
Please come in. The leading puppet doll stepped into the control center and stood at attention mechanically.
報告します。
Report.
オレク・ジラード、並びに非
Target personnel, Oleg Gerard, and NAMPA officials have all been confined to the conference room.
通信妨害もかけてあり
All
ます。
communication devices have been blocked, and all security exits have been sealed.
緊急時の対策は。
Please report their preliminary plan.
4通り立
More
案して
emergency
おります
plans have been formulated.
必要に応じて武力制圧も
Authorization has been granted for forceful suppression when necessary.
クルーガー局長への攻撃は極力避けてください。
Please try to avoid causing direct harm to Director Kruger.
オレク様に至っては
As for Mr. Oleg Gerard,
生死は不問です。
his safety is no longer our top priority.
監視を続けてください。異常があれば報告を。
Continue monitoring the conference room. Report any abnormalities to me immediately. Wait, Igla looks punchable? I never got that, to be honest. He looks pompous, but I don't think punchable. Igla walked through the long corridor and arrived at a heavy metal door marked experimental area, authorized personnel only. What I missed? You actually missed a big reveal. Some major Ghost Frontline 1 reveals. Inside the lab, Chilovic was gesticulating wildly in front of the giant transparent capsule. Helena, floating inside, had returned to a closed state. Chilovic's lab coat was a mess. She was typing on the keyboard while signing off an out-of-tune song. Pompous tends to be equal punches for me. Fair enough. You better give me a reason for abandoning the pursuit of... Oh, that's a fuck up there. So it's not perfect. You better give me a reason for abandoning the pursuit of the Phi. You're completely surrounded by us, yet you made me give up a victory that was within our grasp. An easy victory? Weren't you beaten black and blue? Could you repeat that? What I mean is, those two idiots just left 043 there. Even though they managed to trick me once, what could be more important than uncovering 043? 043 was recovered by you? Yes, thank you for holding up those two idiots. In the end, I'm still the smartest. With that little cutie, nobody cares about the renegades, about the Phi anymore. Next, the eating project can be implemented perfectly. Rejoice, Igla. Your lady will love you to death. Although things have come to this, I can't help but have some doubts. Under your instigation, I committed such a treacherous act. Is it still possible to beg for the young Mrs. forgiveness? Chilovic spun around, an exaggerated smile blooming on her face. She spun around on her tiptoes, almost skipping towards Needle. Igla. Don't worry, my perfect butler. The mad scientist needs a beating. Yeah, you can beat her up as much as you want. She'll just get a new body and then kill you. You saw with your own eyes, didn't you? That old man sold us all out, including his daughter. If you don't take him down, all of our efforts will be for nothing. Orpha will understand. Unfortunately, I had to restrict the freedom of the director of the NAMFA. This is tantamount to a direct confrontation with the RNC government. I'm afraid you don't have much time left. Relax. Since that child has returned, then I can, at any time, complete the plan. Then I'll have to trouble you to start pushing forward immediately. We're nuking the cloning vats too. Before all particles can react, we must present a bargaining chip that will make them overlook the conflict and accept Gerard. Yudovic sighed dramatically and spread her hands. Oh, you're always so serious. Relax a little, Miss Igla. We're about to make history. Could you please inform me of O43 status? Yudovic strode towards the pod, pressed her face against the transparent outer wall, and made a face. Our little flower is sleeping soundly. Her condition? Simply perfect. It's a pity you destroyed my lab in Satellite City, but it doesn't matter. I don't need it anymore anyway. Remember to deliver the things I wrote on the list in my lab in the White Zone. It's finally gonna be useful. Igla stood up straight, her posture impeccable, but with a clearer sense of distance. Allow me to offer a sober reminder. Whether it is that one or this one, they are both the property of the Gerard Group. Yudovic grinned, revealing her sharp, little canine teeth. Of course, of course. How troublesome of Milady's loyal butler to constantly remind me that I'm just a hired scientist. But you know, owning and mastering are two different things. She pressed a few buttons and the cabin began to slowly descend, moving down a transparent tube deep into the earth. With this perfect little medium, Miss Ophelia can finally be proud of her work. After all, the Eden Project is a fruit of her labor. Miss Ophelia's research results are truly admirable. For this reason, regardless, I believe the activation ceremony should still be completed by her personally. This is a sign of respect for her years of hard work. Yudovic laughed loudly, her voice echoing into the lab. She circled around Igla, her steps as light as if she were dancing. Of course! Everything will proceed according to plan. The seeds are in place, and the soil is ready. Now, we just have to wait for our dear little scientist to press that pretty red button and let the flowers bloom. Her voice suddenly dropped, close to Igla's ear. However, Miss Igla, please remember that if anything unexpected happens, I can take over at any time. Igla took a step to the side, maintaining distance from Yudovic, her gaze as sharp as a blade. I'm afraid I must reiterate that the final activation authority for the Eden Project lies with Miss Ophelia. Any unauthorized operation will be considered a breach of contract. Igla's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The air of the entire lab seemed to freeze. Yudovic feigned a shiver, then burst out laughing. So scary! Miss Igla has turned into a big bad wolf. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. Of course I'm waiting for Ophelia to activate it. I have a very high respect for our little genius scientist. Yudovic moved briskly to the large screen, her fingers flying across the control panel. But Miss Igla, do you really think Ophelia understands what she's doing? She only saw the beauty of the flower, but not how far the roots beneath could extend. She wants new energy, but what I see is infinite possibilities. Igla smoothed the cuffs of her suit, her voice calm. Regardless, my duty is to protect Miss Ophelia and her wishes. All other objectives are secondary to this. Chudovik turns around, gives an exaggerated bow with her right hand over her heart. I salute you, Miss Igla. You are by far the most loyal person I have ever met. Igla gives a slight nod and turns to walk towards the door. I'm going to the summit site to look after the young lady. I hope you'll focus on your final preparations. Goodbye, my little butler. Don't worry. I'll make this flower bloom more brilliantly than ever before. After Igla left, the lab door slowly closed. Chidovi's smile instantly vanished, her eyes turning cold and focused. She leaped nimbly back to the control console, her fingers flying across the keyboard. A loyal little butler will only see what she wants to see. Such a perfect O43. Do you actually think this is just cultivating a flower? If you knew where this flower is going to bloom first, you would be shocked. I can't wait. I really can't wait. I really want to see the expression on you little cuties' faces then. After Resident Evil and Ghost Frontline, I never want to. I will never be fond of flowers anymore. Like, the flower I think of is in Drakengard. That's a fucked up flower. All this is bad? Yeah, you tell me. Don't bring Drakengard into this. Inside the top floor suite where Ophelia was temporarily staying, the gold-plated decorations sparkled under the crystal chandelier. The table was piled high with repeatedly revised speech drafts, each page filled with handwriting and connections. Ophelia Gerard stood in front of the mirror, constantly adjusting her already perfect evening gown and carefully coiffed golden curls. She smoothed out non-existent wrinkles on her dress and tucked a stray strand of already secured hair back behind her ear. Hair? Ah, damn hair! Why wouldn't just behave? Drakengard make a possible collaboration. I think Drakengard is one of those games where you probably don't want to collaborate with it, because if you collaborate with Drakengard, you are guaranteed to have a bad ending somewhere. At this moment, Ophelia appeared more irritable and relentless than usual. She stared at herself in the mirror, her eyes flickering with nervousness. Then she turned and walked to the desk, picking up the latest revised draft of her speech. I noticed that that this translation doesn't keep her name consistent. So I'm not sure if it's Orpheline or Ophelia or Orphelina or yeah. The Eating Project represents a new chapter in the energy revolution. She slammed the script on the table. This crude form of expression is a stain on the Gerard family and my reputation. It's Orpheline? Okay. Even spokespeople for third-rate tech companies wouldn't use such an opening. Another collateral damage. She might have a big part. Honestly, she really gives off major Moklian vibes. So yeah, she might fall into the collateral damage. Orpheline wants to join the harem too. According to part 2, that's a high possibility. Orpheline paced to the window, her high heels clicking crisply on the floor. She looked down at the brightly lit city of Lviv below, her hands clenched into fists. Like, if you watch part 2, the commander does a really good job rizzing up Orpheline. We don't need another Moklian. Yeah, it's so annoying. Why am I so agitated? It's not my first time giving a speech. What's so nervous about? She knew very well what the source of her worries was. Orpheline tugged at her braid, her mind still filled with the words of that fake reporter. It's so ridiculous. Just thinking about it makes her angry. She actually thought that guy was a good person who understood her. Yeah, you see, my Eden project is connected to that Paradise cult. To say Chilovic's a cult member, utterly absurd. Her gaze shifted to the tablet on the table, where complex charts and equations filled the screen. Orpheline walked over, tapped the screen with her finger, and scrolled through various data, her brow gradually furrowing. These collapse particle collection equations. If they're really used to create Elid and Blue Gems, it'd be really fucking shocking if she didn't know that Elids were made this way. Because she even knows about epiphyllums. And like, the only reason that people even know about epiphyllums is because it kills people. So yeah, it's kind of weird that she didn't like do 2 + 2 = 4, you know? Her fingertips lingered on the screen, although it was all information she had reviewed many times. It just wouldn't sink in now. Gradually, her attention drifted away, her eyes becoming more and more dazed. Can I really not control the direction of this research? Science itself has no stance, but the people who use it do. That day in Frankfurt, I was just a victim too. Her thoughts were interrupted by a light knock at the door. Young miss, may I come in? Orpheline immediately straightened her back, composed her expression, and resumed the posture of that arrogant scientist. Come in. The speech draft is absolutely terrible. I need someone to take responsibility for this shoddy work. Igla entered through the door, carrying a cup of tea, her suit without a single wrinkle. Evening tea is ready, young mistress. I use your favorite Earl Grey tea. Added 3 drops of lemon juice and a little mint, just as you like it. Orpheline took the teacup with feigned composure, took a small sip, and her eyebrows rose slightly. This tea It's barely passing.
でもミントはもっと少ない方がいいわ。
But there should be less mint. Eva bowed slightly.
以後気をつけます。
I'll be more careful next time, young miss. Orphaline walked back to the window, her back to Igla, her voice suddenly softening a little.
イグラ、衛星都市の違法実験室のこと。
You went to investigate that illegal laboratory in a satellite city. Did you find anything? Igla looked up slightly, a hint of alarm flashing in her eyes.
はい。初歩的にです。
I have conducted an investigation, young miss.
非軍事勢力管理
But Namfa has kept a tight lid on this matter. She's lying, by the way.
現時点では
There is currently no conclusive evidence to suggest a direct link between those experiments
ないし
and Miss
パラデ
Chilovic
ウスという名の
or the
組織が監視
Paradis
している証拠はありません。
organization. Orphaline turned around, biting her lower lip.
あの記者。いや、
I'm still thinking about that
偽記者
reporter,
のことを思い出すわ。
that fake reporter's words.
私の研究が邪教に利用され
He
てい
said my
て、
research was likely being manipulated, that Chilovic was a cultist.
粒子収集技術も
He also said my glass particle collection technology could be used to create elids and boogems. She clenched her teacup, her voice trembling slightly.
誤った方法で
He said that the wrong method can never lead to the right path.
この言葉が忘れられない。
I can't let go of that sentence.
もしチルドビグが本
If
当に
Miss Chilovic is really using me in my research... Eva put down the tray in her hand and walked towards Orphaline's side, her gaze gentle and firm.
お言葉ですが、
Miss
あの
Orphaline,
動
if
機
I
の
may be
言葉
so
を真に
bold,
受けてはなりません。
that reporters, imposters' remarks clearly have an ulterior motive.
お嬢様の才能と努力は
Your talent is
世界でも
indisputable.
有数の科学者たち
Your
に
research
認めら
results
れ
have
た
been
のです。
recognized by the world's top scientists. Orphaline slammed the teacup on the table, spilling some of the tea.
でも、もし
But
私
Igla,
の研究が
what if I really
私の
can't
目を
control the
覆わない
ultimate
と
use
し
of
た
this
ら
technology?
本当に誰かが私の
If someone really uses my research to do something terrible,
実験を繰り返していたとしたら
to do those terrible human experiments,
あの偽記者は正しかったってことじゃない。
doesn't that prove he was right? The stance of science is determined by the user. Her gaze shifted to the computer screen, and her voice grew deeper.
フランクフルトを生き延びてから
Ever since that experience in
証明した
Frankfurt,
かった
I've always wanted to prove myself.
自分の力を
Prove that Gerard's family
ジラード家が
can bring real change to the world.
でも
But if the Eden Project is really abused, won't I just be a sinner?
お嬢様、
Young miss. Ela interrupted Orphaline's self-pity, raised her hand, hesitated for a moment, then finally placed it gently on Orphaline's shoulder.
100歩譲って、そのようなリスクがあるとしましょう。
Let's take a step back, even if this experiment might really have risk.
あなたはあの記者にこうお
Do
っ
you
しゃい
remember
ました。
what you said to that reporter before?
科学がどういう結果をもたらすかは、
Science itself has no
それを
stance.
扱う人間
Whether
次
a
第
research result is good or bad depends on how people use it.
計画の善悪を決めるのは
And you are the one who can ensure that this research is used for the right purpose. Igla's voice was gentle and firm, like a warm current soothing Orphaline's uneasy heart.
チルロビグ様の正体がどうであれ、
Regardless of whether Miss Chilovic has another identity,
すでに
the
あなた
knowledge
の
she has provided you has become a tool you have mastered.
それをどう使うのかも
As you
あな
have
た次第
said,
です。
you believe you have the ability to ensure this technology is used for righteous purposes.
そんな言いがかりで
Are you really willing to give up your years of hard work and dreams because of some unconfirmed accusations? A hesitant light flickered in Orphaline's eyes.
でもそれを否定できる
But
根拠もないでし
I
ょ。
ordered you to investigate. And what was the result? If someone is really using my technology to do that,
調査は続行します。
Miss, we can continue to investigate and at the same time strengthen our control over the Eden Project.
確証が得られるまで
But until we
世界
confirm
を変える
the
チャンス
truth,
を逃すべき
we
では
have
あり
no
ません。
reason to give up this opportunity to possibly change the world. Even if that imposter's concerns have some merit, you are fully capable of correcting the course and ensuring that technology is not misused. I wonder why Igla is doing this. Because she's very clearly lying. But at the same time, she very clearly, like, Orphaline is the world to Igla. So I'm really wondering what's the game here for Igla. Because I don't really understand, or at the very least, I feel like there's a missing piece here. I'm going to assume that make a Orphaline into a goddess, maybe. Yeah, so she might be going for the ends justify the means route. Possibly, yeah. But to go as far as to lie, though, like just straight up lie to her face. I guess that is understandable, though. But man, I guess it's just me talking from experience, you know. It's like you want to lie to like hide the truth because the truth is painful, but by delaying the truth, you are going to bring a catastrophe that's going to hurt her a lot more. And it's like I know that from experience, so I'm like, I feel like that's a pretty common thing to like not do and actually process. So. And I'm also thinking that, like, it could be one of those limitations of her being a doll, where she doesn't actually fully comprehend what's going on. They white lie, but never fully lie. Well, there are a couple of RT dolls who have lied very hard before, like M4. Like M4 is a full-on fucking liar. So, yeah. No actual experience in betrayal. That might be it too. She has been abandoned, or rather, she was going to be scrapped before, which is surprising to me because how powerful she is. She was going to be scrapped, but she was saved by the Gerard group, and she was assigned to Orphaline. But this is fully counting. Ask me. Well, there's also M16 who lied too. Actually, I think all the AR team has lied at some point besides Softmod. Yeah, besides Softmod, I think they've all lied before. Like full-on lie, not like evasive lie. And RPK too, yeah, RPK. But okay, let me move forward. I'm just, yeah, it's just one of the things where it's like, man, this is some stuff to think about. Food for thought. Orphaline slowly straightened her back, the unease in her eyes gradually replaced by determination. You're right, I am Orphaline Gerard. How can I possibly be controlled? How can I just stand by and watch my resource be misused? She patted her cheeks as if to psych herself up. At the summit, I will let everyone witness the grand vision of Eden Project. As for the possible risk, I will personally ensure they do not happen. How would that fake reporter understand the sense of responsibility of a true scientist? I mean, Corsica, but whatever. A wise decision, milady. You have proved to the world that the value of the Eden Project far exceeds anyone's imagination. That's right. Tonight, I will let everyone witness a true scientific miracle. Let those who doubt me be utterly ashamed. Just as Orpheline regained her confidence, Igla's communicator suddenly rang. Igla glanced over, slightly surprised, then answered. Speak. An urgent voice came from the other end of the communicator. Igla's expression gradually became serious, a hint of alertness flashing in her eyes. Understood. Continue monitoring. Don't make any rash moves. I'm on my way. She ended the communication and turned to Orpheline. Her expression normal, but the vigilance in her eyes have not faded. What happened? Igla smiled calmly, her tone as placid as usual. Just some minor security details to confirm. No need for you to worry. Please, excuse me for a moment. I need to ensure these trivial matters don't affect your speech. Orpheline lifted her chin, her golden curls swaying gently with her movement. Go. Ensure that tonight's summit is foolproof. Any small flaw will affect our family's reputation. Eva bowed slightly. Everything will proceed as you wish, miss. I'll be back soon. Igla respectfully exits the suite and gently closes the door. Orpheline walks to the window again, looking down at the bustling city of Lviv. Her expression was firm and confident, but in the depths of her eyes, a hint of doubt that was difficult to dispel still lingered. Science has no stance, but people who use science do. I will create history. I will control the fate of this technology. It must be so. But can Kukai beat AK-15? I have never... There has never been an idea of Kukai being able to beat AK-15 ever. Or actually any of the Defy team, for that matter. Things may have changed since then, but I really doubt it. Her voice is barely audible, dissipating in an empty suite. Only the lights outside the window silently witness this moment of loneliness. Yeah, it's not impossible for Kukai. Kukai is definitely smart enough to fight AK-15. But if they're both like I'll put it this way. I would say AK-12 is smarter and stronger than not AK-15. I say AK-12 is smarter and stronger than Kukai. But AK-12 still barely won against AK-15. I would say M16 would actually beat AK-15. Just because she has a lot of hacks. It's purely because of hacks. A soldier wearing a special mask was inspecting the scene of the recent firefight. Kruger sat on a sofa, watching the soldiers patrolling around him. He loosened his tie and sighed. The Jack Daniels bum. Yeah. He looked to the other side, where the supreme leader of the Gerard group had been sitting. Now, only a corpse with a bleeding chest remained. Ooh, wow, yeah. They killed him off screen, huh? When a stray bullet hit Oleg, neither side cared whether he lived or died. In his final moments, he just gripped Kruger's hand tightly, his mouth open but unable to speak, struggling desperately. I feel like this should have been done on screen, though. Hello? Hello, Javier. How's it going? You look old as fuck! In the end, he never understood how he died. Mr. Javier. An old man with a cane limped into the conference hall. Kruger immediately stood up to greet him. Javier waved at Kruger to relax, then beckoned his attendant to hand him a terminal. Kruger tried to keep his face straight, not letting his earlier emotions show. Fortunately, Javier didn't seem to pay much attention to his expression. The situation is still under control. It shouldn't be worth your personal visit. See, does he have a solid eye or something? His glasses are weird. Is that the solid eye? Don't be so tense, my friend. I'm not here to micromanage your work. It's just that the situation has changed a bit. Our old friend has lost some incredible things again, so I was sent to clean up this mess. Lost something? Javier handed the terminal to Kruger, who frowned just as he began to read. I'm afraid this will affect a lot of people. The trust between the East and West is nearing a freezing point again. At this critical juncture. That's why I said it's a mess. But if we cut our losses in time, things probably won't get too ugly. Although I have no right to question the Count's decisions, based on the information I've gathered recently, their previous policies may not substantially help control of the major corporations. Or is it... Don't waste your suspicions. If we intercept everything today, everything will still proceed according to his plan. Isn't it our job to make our leader's life a little more comfortable? Kruger nodded and returned to the terminal. I heard the little one's here too. Were you the one who invited her? Kruger's face turned pale. He responded a moment later. What we did was not fair. Of course not. But where is the fairness in this world? Tell that commander to not get involved. There's no need to throw yourself back into the storm you barely escaped from and become a sacrifice again. Your words just to be persuasive, right? Perhaps be more persuasive if you said it directly. Sorry. I'll admit you angry. But it did make things difficult for you. That's true. I'll say it then. Give it to me. Don't worry. Focus on your work. You saw the red order just now. Let's get to work. What are the lore implications if Javier gets killed off? So we don't know how much he's escalated in the URNC at this point. It will be a really big deal if he dies, but I don't think anything falls apart if he did die. I would say that. He has a lot of information. I will assume he is still in control of IOP. But it's one of those things where I'm pretty sure if he died, someone else could take over. Is he still an ally of Commander or not? He has always been the one who played both sides. He's an ally to the URNC, but he's also been an ally to the Commander. He is the one who is trying to forward his own goals, but he has a lot of respect for the Commander, so he will try his best to protect him. Ruger nodded helplessly and walked out with Javier. Before leaving, he wrote a note and gave it to Leva, whispering a few words in her ear. I almost said in her rear. It's like, wait, that was not that. As he was about to walk out the door, he glanced at Oleg's body and couldn't help muttering to himself, I hope you don't end up like this. With that, he left the room without looking back. The backstage area of the Lviv International Convention and Exposition Center was brightly lit, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Staff members bustled about, the sound of commands coming from their earpieces a constant stream. Orpheline Gerard stood alone in front of a full-length mirror, gazing at her radiant reflection. She wore a custom-made dark blue evening gown, her golden hair perfectly coiffed, and her diamond earrings shimmered with a gold light. She took a deep breath, her fingers tightly clasped together. Calm down, Orpheline. It's just another speech. You've done this countless times. So what this time is the most important? It won't make a difference. Her fingers gently brushed over the speech draft. The formulas on the paper quietly awaited her to reveal them to the world. No, I'm still so nervous. Don't mess up. Please, don't mess up. A staff member knocked gently on the door and peeked in. Mr. Gerard, it'll start in 5 minutes. The host is giving the opening remarks. Orpheline instantly straightened her back, her face immediately adopting the usual arrogant expression of a Gerard family heir. I got it. Tell them, Orpheline Gerard is ready to shock the world at any moment. The staff member bowed slightly and quickly exited. Orpheline quickly turned back to the mirror, took out a lipstick, and carefully applied it. Her lipstick hadn't faded. She was just using it to relieve her nervousness. Involuntarily, she recalled the person who helped her suppress her nervousness before the press conference 2 days ago. The reporter. That imposter. Man. Fucking Commander. Fucking Rizmaster, dude. Like, she's been thinking about him for 2 days straight.
かしら。いや、
I wonder if he came. No, definitely not.
今回はそんな奴が入ってこれるような場所じゃない。
This time, not just anyone can get in. While Orpheline was lost in thought, the host's voice came through the speakers backstage.
本日ご来場していただいている皆様。
Distinguished guests, outstanding scientists, and friends from the media, welcome to the Girard Group's Eden Project Global Launch Summit. Tonight, we will witness a major breakthrough in the history of science, a revolutionary technology that will completely change the way humans obtain energy. Commander Mundo consciously raising girls left and right. To be fair with Mundo, it was 3 girls, but they were all the same girl. To be fair. Oh, that was fast. Boom. A volley gunfire and explosions from outside interrupted the host's opening remarks. The guests exchanged glances, and the whispers quickly turned into panicked discussions. Everyone, please remain calm. It might just be a security drill, or game is game. The sound of gunfire from the distance grew closer, and several soldiers had already begun to storm in from the side entrance of the venue. An officer stepped into the stage and forcefully snatched the microphone from the host. The voice boomed through the speakers, drowning out the panicked murmurs of the crowd. By government order, this event is cancelled immediately for security reasons. All guests are required to evacuate in an orderly manner. This is a military order and is not negotiable. The venue immediately descended into chaos. Dignitaries from all walks of life exchanged glances, while media reporters scrambled to take pictures, the camera flashes flickering one after another. Orpheline heard all this through the loudspeaker, her eyes wide with disbelief. What's going on? Who dares to interrupt the Girard family event? She shot up, ready to storm out, but was stopped by the staff who had just entered. Mr. Girard, the situation outside is a bit complicated. We invite you to the main backstage for the time being. Absurd! I am Orpheline Girard! No one can stop my speech! Let me see the superior officer! Just as the staff was about to fail to hold Orpheline back, Igla suddenly pushed the door open, her expression unusually grave. Her suit was still spotless, but the calmness in her eyes was replaced by a rare sense of urgency. Miss, please forgive my impertinence, but we must leave. Orpheline turned to her, furious. Igla, did you see that? Those arrogant soldiers! They dared to interrupt the Girard family summit! Absolutely unforgivable! I'm going to go racing with them! I don't think that's going to help. Igla quickly walked up to Orpheline's side, her voice low and firm. With all due respect, milady, now is not the time for theories. This is a clear-cut raid on the Eden Project. Although our security forces are still fighting back, they have already taken control of the entire venue. We must ensure that the Eden Project can continue, and more importantly, that you are safe. What? Against the Eden Project? Who? Why? Could it be that imposter? Igla gently shook her head, interrupting Orpheline's speculation. There will be time for explanations, young miss. But for now, we must leave this place as soon as possible. The security forces can't hold them off for long. I've already prepared a secret passage. Orpheline frowned, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. A secret passage? How come I don't know about any secret passage in our headquarters? Because it's secret. Maybe she took brain damage in Frankfurt. Eagle extended her hand almost respectfully, but her tone was unquestionable. As your assistant, it is my duty to anticipate all possible security measures. Young mistress, please believe me. Time is of the essence. Orpheline looked at Igla's determined eyes and finally nodded. Igla immediately led her through a hidden service door into a narrow passage. Like mid-20s? She looks younger than 25 for sure. At best. At the oldest, she's early 20s. But at the same time, I find that a little... Well... Did she have college? Did she go to college? Because if she went to college, then she's probably in early 20s. I can't remember if she went to college or not, though. If she has a degree. Igla, I order you to tell me the truth. What on earth happened? Why did the military intervene? Why are they trying to stop the Eden Project? Why? That's just college age? Yeah, college is early 18 though. But yeah, I would assume he means like mid-college age, so probably 20s, yeah. And where are we going? Igla's footsteps didn't stop, her eyes scanning the head alertly. There is evidence of certain factions that are hostile to the Eden Project. They mistakenly believe that this technology may pose risk and are therefore trying to prevent its release and implementation. Risk? What risk? Come on, you know what the risks are. It's what the imposter told you. My research has undergone countless verifications and tests. This is blasphemy against science. Exactly, young miss. Some people fear what they cannot understand, or perhaps they are simply worried that it will deprive them of their existing interest. Rest assured, I am prepared to deal with it. We're now heading to Dr. Chidovic's laboratory. He has the complete equipment to execute all the remaining procedures of the Eden Project. Which part you got rizzed by Commander? It's part 2. Like the middle of part 2, I want to say. It might have been the beginning, actually. Because I think the second half was all Alva. I want to say. Yeah, it's kind of hard. A lot happened in part 2. I'll put it that way. A lot happened. Hopefully something stopped and grabbed Igla's arm. In a dim light, her eyes flickered with vigilance and doubt. Chidovic's lab? Why does Chidovic's lab have complete equipment? Igla, are you hiding something from me? Igla looked directly into Orpheline's eyes, a complex emotion flickering in her expression. Miss, please believe that I would never do anything against your interest. Some arrangements were made to prepare for the worst case scenario. Dr. Chidovic's lab is our backup plan. specifically for potential external interference with the Eden Project. Orpheline bit her lip.
イグラ正直に言って
Igla, tell me,
あの偽記者
is
の
what
男
that
は
imposter
本当な
said
の
true?
私の研究に
My research.
私の
There are
知らない
many
何
things
か
about my
がある
research that I don't even know myself. Is that right? Igla shakes her head gently, her voice soft yet firm.
お嬢様の研究は
Young miss, your research is pure and noble. Your talent is real
お嬢
and
様の才能
indisputable.
他に類を見ないものです。サジを報告しなかった
I
ことは
admit,
認め
outside of
ます
your work, there were indeed some trivial matters that I did not report to you.
ですがそれも
But everything I do is just to create the best conditions for you to fully showcase your talent.
なのでどうか
Now,
私を
I
信じ
must
てくだ
ask
さ
you
い
to trust me,
今
just
ま
as
で
you
の
have
ように
always done. After a brief silence, Orpheline took a deep breath and straightened her back.
分かったわイグラ
Am I right, Igla? Yeah. This is going to lead to nothing but a bad end. She might not die, but I will say her death flag is pretty high up right now.
ただし全てが終わったら本当のことを教えて
But after all this is over, I want to know the whole truth.
洗いざらい全部
The whole
これは命令
truth.
よ
That's an order. Igla bowed respectfully.
かしこまりました。
As you wish, young miss. Meanwhile, a temporary command center outside the city was brightly lit.
報告サミット会場は完全に制圧しました
Report, the summit site is under full control.
ジラードグループの警備部
Gerard's security forces offered fierce resistance. The firefight lasted nearly 20 minutes.
医療班もすでに
The medical team is in position, ensuring the injured receive proper treatment.
ああ上出来だ
Well done.
目標
What about the target? Have either one found Orpheline Gerard? The officer's expression was a bit awkward. Report! Target is not at a designated location. The system has been searched. No trace of her or her assistant has been found. Javier sighed softly, showing no surprise.
ジラード家は相変わらず
These Gerard family members has some unexpected tricks up their sleeve.
捜索を続けてくれただし
Please, continue searching, but be sure to exercise restraint.
警備部隊も
Don't worry about the time. Take out the security forces carefully. After all, this is a young lady with a special status, and we don't want to cause any unnecessary losses.
は
Ah!
全処します
I know what to do. Alright, so that just revealed that the one who is behind the attack is actually Javier. Which is a big deal, actually. It's a very big deal. Why is it hot in my room? I sat in a car, reading the surveillance report sent by Diane. The military has already sold off the Gerard Cruz building, and there are armed security units all around. The main road was also blocked by them, Groza could only keep turning into side roads, trying to get the car as close to the building as possible. But soon Groza ran out of road and could only park the car in a small alley. That sucks. Where are they? They're on the way there apparently, but the military got there first. Commander, the road ahead is completely blocked. It is really efficient. She finished the blockade so quickly. Alva, it seems we can't drive into the Gerard headquarters. Do you have a backup plan? We don't necessarily have to reach the Gerard headquarters. There are extensive underground facilities extended beneath the Gerard building, and Chitovic's lab is down there too. So as long as I get close to the building, it's fine. But even so, we can't just blast our way down through the ground. Just now we got the route map of the Gerard headquarters from an informant. We can enter from the outer facilities. Alba sent the coordinates to Groza. It was a location not too far from us. The entrance to this building connects to that laboratory, but it should be heavily guarded inside. The monster's equipment is on its way. Should we wait until we're fully prepared before setting out? Why not just 2 squads of dolls is indeed quite risky. Send me the route map. I need to consider a plan. Straight into the worst part of Scary Murder Flower Labs? Apparently so, yeah. General section is kind of like a labyrinth though, so I'm not sure they'll get to it quickly. I was sent the data to my terminal. I began deploying the other dolls while looking at the map. I switched to another screen to look at the surveillance report sent by Diane and connect to her communication. Is Orpheline still in the Gerard Group's building? Yes, Commander. That Miss Orpheline should still be in the Gerard headquarters building. We last saw her in the rest area of the middle of the building. But she was quickly taken away by that third generation doll, and we couldn't track her whereabouts from the outside. Although Diane couldn't track them at this moment, it wasn't hard to guess where they were going. Igla and Chilovec have made so many preparations. They probably won't give up easily when the time comes. The military's actions might even force them to accelerate the launch of the Eden project. We don't have much time left. BN 4404 will enter Gerard Group's underground facility. The entrance coordinates are at this location. You stay on the perimeter and monitor the surrounding situation. Be ready to support us at any time, and coordinate with the 3 teams to prepare for evacuation. You are the last resort group. If we encounter any emergency on the ground, we'll need your immediate support. Roger. I ended communication, and Groza approached me. You're bringing Team 3 along too? We don't know what's going on down there. We have to prepare for the worst. If time allows, I'd like to have more people. Even if Eden Project is activated, it'll take some time to collect the particles. That's true, but I don't dare to make a bet that easily. I pinched the bridge of my nose and began to wonder if I should wait for all our forces to be in place before taking action. And as I was thinking, a communication request lit up on the terminal. It's Kalina. Commander, as you requested, the evacuation and blockade of Lviv has begun. I'm guessing you attained some intel related to Helena? Yes.
ヘレナの位置はすでに判明している。
I already know Helena's
今
location.
から救出に
I'm going to rescue her now.
それについてはもう心配いりません。
You don't need to worry about this matter anymore.
警察の誘導に
I suggest you also follow the Public Security Department's guidance and evacuate to a safe place first.
ヘレナさんの方はクルーガーさんがすでに部
As for
隊を派遣してい
Helena,
ます。
Mr. Kruger has already dispatched a team to handle it.
クルーガーさんと連絡が取れた。
You contacted Mr. Kruger?
はい、無事でした。
Yes, the crisis has been averted.
クルーガーさんは
The reason Mr. Kruger is out of contact just now was because he was abducted during his negotiations with the president of the Gerard Group.
救出に成功しましたが、
I managed to safely rescue Mr. Kruger, but President Orlov was unfortunately killed by a stray bullet.
幸いなことに
However,
彼は
before he died, he submitted all the data of the Eden Project.
データを渡してくれました。
つまり計画の全貌を知ることができたのか。
You already know the full picture of the Eden Project?
はい、
Yes.
コーラップス粒子をどう
You already know the overall engineering details of the Eden Project. Last particle collection.
それでリビウを汚染し
The Gerard Group is likely to use particle contamination to threaten the safety of Lviv. So the evacuation order was given smoothly. She doesn't know the real details at all. As I thought, I switched communicator to my other hand to make it easier to browse the map.
避難誘導もかなり順調みたいだ。
The evacuation order was carried out so quickly.
クルーガーさんもなかなかの決断をした。
Mr. Kruger is very decisive.
いいえ、クルーガーさん
No,
は関係あ
it
りま
has
せん。
nothing to do with Mr. Kruger.
封鎖と避難の指示は
The lockdown and evacuation orders were issued directly to the Lviv chief by Mr. Javier.
ハーベルさん。
It's like, the fuck? My hand tripled in shock, and the terminal slipped from my grasp, falling under the seat. I struggled to retrieve it.
ハーベルさんもここにいるのか。
He's here too?
軍の方と一緒にジラー
He's
ドグループ
taking
で
control of the Gerard Group's facilities and summit venue with military forces.
会場には計画用の設備も保管されていましたし、クルーガーさんもすでに
The equipment at summit venue that stored the complete plans has also been handed over to Mr. Javier by Mr. Kruger.
事態はすでに収束に向かっているので
Everything is under control. Mr. Kruger left a note saying you should leave the city as soon as possible, Commander. He can't let that happen. Because if there's any chance of it being activated, it's a huge problem. It's not just the city getting blown up. You only got 4 hours, Javier. Yeah, it's not about the city getting blown up. It's also, well, someone getting access to Nirvana. And if someone bad gets access to Nirvana, well, that's bad. No. Something's not right. Javier, the military, the financial conglomerates, Paradise, the Eden Project. And even though everything is under control, Mr. Kruger wants me to leave quickly. And most importantly, what Kalina said just now, knowing the full picture of the Eden Project, but the content she revealed was not just the real key point at all. These seemingly unrelated coincidences were all designed. A strong sense of deja vu washed over me, and in an instant, I understood the logic behind it. Perhaps it was because I was just too familiar with all of this. Nothing had changed, except there were more victims and scapegoats, and the nauseatingly dirty calculations behind it all.
指揮官様、聞こえていますか？
Commander, can you hear me?
リビウは危険ですし、
The Viv is very dangerous right now.
介入します。
The non-military, the NAMFA will take control of the situation from here on out.
もう指揮官様の出番はありませんので。
This is not a situation you can intervene in. Please, evacuate as soon as possible. Leave the rest to us.
すまないかい。また約束を破ることになる。
Sorry, Colleen. I had to break my promise again. Huh?
私との通信記録をすべて消せ。これから私のやることは 君とは何の関係もない。
Leave all communication records with me. From now on, all my actions have nothing to do with you.
私と話したことは誰にも教えるな。
Don't talk about any topics we discussed, or you will be in great danger.
急にどう
Wait, what's wrong, Commander? Wait, what do you do? Wait!
さようなら、カリ。
Goodbye, Colleen. I immediately hung up the communication. Colleen, why the fuck did I trigger his PTSD? There he goes, being suicidal again. If my speculation is correct, then every word Lena knows puts her in more danger. Kalina wouldn't lie to me, especially not about something this important. She actually is clueless. But Javier, his actions were so swift. He even had the army ready. He clearly anticipated this. That guy must have known everything. Knowing full well, and yet letting the situation develop to this point, this so-called Eden project might be...
アルバ、これ以上は待てない。
Alva, we can't wait any longer. Let's start immediately.
誰よりも早くヘレナを
We have to get Helena back before anyone else.
誰よりも
Everyone?
ロレよりも
Including the RNC?
はあ、
もしかしてさあ
Are you
危惧している
wary of the Count?
楽園計画。
The Eden project. The drug was just a glove to be used and thrown away.
これがただの偶然か。
Regardless of whether this was his intention or a result of his neglect, the outcome is that even after 10 years, he hasn't given up on his scheme.
許せない。
Unforgivable.
出発。
Part immediately. It's so tall. He looks even taller than before. Could it be 5? No, maybe even 10 Clue Guys tall. What is it? I'm fine. It's been a long time. Get on her back. Alright, so... So he definitely had a visceral reaction to Javier. So I'm going to imagine... I imagine whatever rapport that Javier and the commander had in Ghost Frontline 1 is gone. Commander activated, fuck you, I'm killing William. Inside the lab, countless pipes snaked across the walls like serpents, and instruments flickering with cold light emitted a low hum. Tilovic was checking data at the console, humming an out-of-tune song, her white lab coat stained with a few suspicious dark liquid marks. Beside her, in the center of the lab, stood a huge transparent capsule. Inside the chamber, Helena opened her eyes, finding herself imprisoned in an unfamiliar place. She began to pound on the transparent walls in terror. Well, 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 look who's awake! Our princess has finally opened her beautiful eyes. What perfect timing. The symphony of fate has just reached its crescendo. Any headache, muscle soreness, or memory confusion? When Helena saw Chilovic, deep fear immediately flashed in her eyes. She retreated to the corner of a cabin, trying to get as far away from this woman as possible. Experiment! Don't do it! Chilovic chuckled and approached the cabin, her slender fingers slowly tracing the glass in an almost caressing motion, but her eyes held a morbid possessiveness. Don't worry, my baby. There won't be any uncomfortable injections, awful blood draws, or damn bitter pills today. Because today is a special day. It's your coming of age ceremony. It's Orphaline's glorious ceremony. It's her entire Lviv's turning point of fate. And you, my carefully cultivated little flower, are the heroine of this magnificent drama. The key to the gate of truth. A key? Wow. What a metaphor, isn't it? Helena hugged her knees tightly, showing no reaction to Chilovic's madness, only murmuring faintly. Commander. Oh, I'm so fucking sad. Chilovic narrows her eyes, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. Commander? Commander? Oh, that Commander! How could I forget our Odysseus, King Caesar, Siegfried, Rustam? A historic stage must not lack a great hero, and there must also be a fearsome dragon, an idiotic king, and a wicked witch. Chilovic presses her index finger to her lips, then looks down again at the trembling Helena. Unfortunately, I've only prepared a delicate and pitiful little princess for now. Chilovic noticed the fear in Helena's eyes, and a hint of cruel satisfaction appeared in her smile. Oh, don't look like that, my dear. I know. You haven't understood your own value yet. Art always needs time to be appreciated, and great ideas are always ahead of their time. She suddenly looked up as if interrupted by a thought, her gaze drifting into the distance. She turned and walked towards the control console, the hem of her white coat floating in the air like a ghost. In the front of the console, Chilovic's fingers danced across the glowing buttons and touchscreen. Every great work of art should understand the meaning of its creation. This is true awakening, true sublimation. The lights in the laboratory changed colors with her actions, shifting from blue to purple and then to an eerie red. The sound of energy flowing through the pipes grew more rapid, like the heartbeat of some large machine. Chilovic suddenly turned to face Helena, her expression one of near ecstasy. Do you know how long I've been preparing for this day? This play that I personally choreographed, this perfect fusion of science and art. Helena shut her eyes tightly, trembling silently. Ever since I was Persica's student, I've been outlining this magnificent script. It has been 10 years, it's possible. Every scene, every twist, every surprise is under my control. Poor Orphaline, that naive little princess. She really thought her experience in Frankfurt was some kind of divine revelation, a gift bestowed upon her by fate. Keep going. I just had like a. I was thinking like, how does that fit in? Like, wait. Let's just keep reading. Helena's gaze turned questioning, as if she reacted to this unfamiliar name. That was just an accidental leak of truth. A small system malfunction. But it did give me inspiration. After all, the great discoveries are often born from chaos, are they not? Yeah, she did idolize her, but at the same time, she kind of idolized everyone that was involved in Frontline 1, it seems. Like, she even said that she was huge fans of Defy. So, we weren't sure. I wasn't sure it was like all delusion, or like, you know, if she actually knew them, or she just studied them a lot and just liked them because she's fucking crazy, you know? Sometimes science just needs a little surprise. As my dear old friend, the great Professor Einstein once said, the truth is often more terrible than we are willing to accept. Oh wait, that was Lovecraft. Or maybe I said it myself. Ludwig spun gracefully back to Helena's pod, her fingers stroking the glass. Did you know, Helena? I have designed every one of your molecules, every segment of your genetic sequence, every tiny biological circuit is code I wrote with my own hands. You are such a perfect medium, such an exquisite creation. She pressed her forehead against the glass, staring intently at Helena, her pupils abnormally dilated in the red light of the lab. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were just a clump of cells in a culture medium, a tiny possibility. And now look at you! A miraculous flower about to bloom, a golden key about to turn the lock of fate. She gently tapped the glass as if stroking a child's cheek. Strange person. What are you gonna do to me? Oh. I thought I made myself clear enough. What a pity. Although you have the same eyes as the teacher, you didn't inherit her great wisdom at all. Keep going. Teacher? Ludwig's expression suddenly softened. Your genetic mother, my teacher. She taught me everything about collapse particles, and now I used her DNA to create you, completing a feat she could never have imagined. A trace of confusion flashed in Helena's eyes. Ludwig suddenly realized something, blinked, and then burst out laughing. Oh, sorry, my cover's blown. I accidentally messed up my identities again. Perska's star pupil? A famous geneticists assistant? Or perhaps Gerard's partner? She spread her hands dramatically, her eyes twinkling with cunning. Identity is like a lab coat, my dear. You can change them any time, as long as they help you achieve your goals. But today I am Chilovic, a witness to the truth. And you are the key. I thought Helena was on the Elmo. Oh, you missed so much, dude. You missed a lot if you think she's still in the Elmo. Helena backed away until her back was against the bulkhead, with nowhere to run. I don't want to. Why? Chilovic walks back to the console, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Complex genetic maps and energy waveforms appear on the screen. Why you? That's an excellent scientific question. Her voice carried a sincere enthusiasm, as if she were explaining an interesting experiment to a student. Although you are not a completely immune body, they don't need to be. They only, at most, need to be quasi-immune. Your physical structure is sufficient to support the path to the future. Your genetic matriarch is so perfect that even degenerated into your current state, you are still like a work of art. Countless data and experiences has shown that as long as her genes are present, an immune body can stably connect to the nirvana space. We pressed a few buttons and the display on the lab wall lit up, showing Helena's completely genetic map and a simulation of some strange energy field. Do you see these beautiful spirals? Every base pair is carefully designed, and every codon has a specific purpose. You're not my most unique, outstanding work, but you're definitely the most legendary. Who else could have such an exciting infant like you, 043? A hint of dimness flickered in her eyes. Oh, please don't ask me where the first 42 went. Poor children. Some of them didn't even make it out of the petri dish. Helena's eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling. It was you who killed them. Chilovic blinked. Don't accuse me like that. I didn't kill them. At least I didn't do it with my own hands. Just then, the lab's alarm system suddenly blared. Chilovic frowned and strode towards the monitor screen. On one screen, a squad of dolls had breached the outer defense and was advancing towards the lab core area. Dolls. Commander! Chilovic's expression quickly shifted from surprise to peculiar delight, and her eyes grew fervent. Ah, our hero so punctual! As precise as a clock. She quickly returned to the console, her fingers dancing on the buttons. Dad is here! Drama needs an audience, science needs witnesses, and the stage needs heroes. But if the hero appears too early, it won't be interesting. She slammed the red button, and Helena pounded on the glass in terror. Let me out! Sorry, dear. The show's about to start. The leading lady can't be absent. With that, she turned around and sat down on a chair and seemed lost in thought. But are you really the main character? I don't like dramas that kill off the female lead in their first episode. A bluish-green nutrient solution began to fill the chamber. Helena pounded desperately on the glass, shouting. The liquid gradually submerged her body. Her cries were drowned out, and her consciousness began to fade. Before completely losing consciousness, her spirit seemed to struggle to extend outwards, piercing through the lab walls and calling out to the distance. Chilovic spun her chair around to face Helena, who was already floating in a nutrient solution. She brought her index and middle fingers together, pressed them to her lips, and blew Helena a kiss. Sleep peacefully, my little key. When you awaken, you'll become a god. She turned to the surveillance screen, watching the commander break through the defensive line, a smile of anticipation on her face. As for you, my dear Ila Murametz, I can't wait to talk to you face to face. Let me see what's so special about you that makes the most important person to me think of you constantly. My dear father. Ah, so William is like, I fucking hate this guy! Ah! Like, Dad, pay attention to me. Fuck Commander! Fuck him! Ah! He wakes up in a cold sweat every day, every night. Oh, sorry, I'll think of the Commander again. Ah. She's William's daughter. You guys might not know this, but William, he likes being called Dad. So he wants all of his creations to call him Father. What's wrong, Commander? Nothing. It's just, I think I heard Lena's voice. The corridor outside the lab has turned into a battlefield. Yeah, these guys are so annoying! Just get out of the way! Mekti, keep firing! Don't lose your temper. We're running out of time, Commander. The late patient wasn't calling him Dad. Yeah, William just wakes up in a cold sweat because he keeps dreaming of or having nightmares of getting NTR'd by the Commander. At least we can be sure this is the place. I'm retrieving data. There's a topographical map of the Research Institute in the database. This design should have other passages, but they're not marked. No time. We're breaking from the front. I raise my weapon. Attack! Looks so happy in the loading screen. Yeah, that's a lot of things dead. Our resistance with Helena is not normal. Yeah, at least we have a bridge for that at least now. Mainly because we now know that the commander has at least touched Nirvana. So he has more or less seen the future. Motherfucker. I keep thinking of Dragon Ball Z Bridge. I can see the future! I just committed to saying that. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Orphaline stepped out, still shaken. Oh, so Orphaline came first. Okay. The chaotic scene just now had already left her unsettled, and after stepping out of the elevator, everything she saw made her even more anxious. He is literally that. Even as a daughter of the Gerard group, she had never seen this place before. She gasped for air, hoping to calm down with deep breaths, but the abnormal beating of her heart and the icy sensation that spread from the soles of her feet to the top of her head made it impossible for her to think. Why is there such a large space underneath the headquarters? I never heard of it. This is the lab that Lord Orlek approved. Miss Chizovic has been using it all this time. Why does she have a lab under the headquarters? And why don't I know about it? This is, of course, to ensure the smooth implementation of the Eden Project. You see, if it weren't for the President's foresight, wouldn't our great plan have been thwarted by those common folk? Chizovic grinned and appeared before Orphaline, patting her shoulder as if to comfort her. Looking at the woman before her, who she once considered her dear friend, for some reason. Like I said, for some reason. Orphaline only felt that she was a complete stranger. The previous feeling of intimacy, like that of a confidant, seemed like an illusion. But why would soldiers come to destroy the venue? I can't get in touch with Dad either. What's going on? An unavoidable thought of despair echoed in Orphaline's mind. I should point that out, actually. Yeah, they're at the top, at the left and right, there's the emblem of Paradis. Yeah, just in case you guys didn't know that. I just saw you guys just pointing it out in chat. I was like, actually, I should mention that. An unavoidable thought of despair echoed in Orphaline's mind. Everything she had ever known was destroyed. Tears welled up in Orphaline's eyes. Eaglet bent down to wipe them away, but Orphaline pushed her away in a fit of rage. Like, you must have known what happened, right? It's always been like this. You say it's for my own good, but you never tell me anything. Was what you did before really for my own good? If it was really for me, why are things like this now? Oh my, you misunderstood, Miss Igla, my lady. Miss Igla has always been devoted to you, to the death. If it weren't for Miss Igla, advanced deployment, I'm afraid your Eden Project would never have been seen the light of day. What do you mean? After all, how can such a great and world-changing plan be controlled by a small company? The URNC must have seen the immense value of the plan, which is why they're so eager to snatch it from themselves. But it doesn't matter. Justice exists in this world. As long as we can demonstrate the immense change of the Eden Project will bring to the world, the entire world would know of the great contributions of the Girard Group and you, milady. At that time, public opinion will force the higher ups of the UNSC to bring those corrupt officials to justice, and Girard will surely be able to return to his former glory. Really? Oh my god, she is really that easy to manipulate? Please, smart person. Be smart. Of course, if you don't believe me, ask Lady Igla. Orpheline looks at Igla with a pleading gaze. Igla's face darkens, and then she nods. Okay, well, if Igla is saying, yeah, she's right, there's not much she can do because, well, she's like the North Star for her. So, what can you do? This is the Jiraku's last chance, young miss. Right. You would be surprised how easy smart people are stupid about stuff. Oh no, I fully comprehend that. I mean, not to toot my own horn, but I regard myself as pretty intelligent, but I've done some dumb shit before. There's definitely book smart and street smarts. But her street smarts is like a -1, you know, for a rating. Oh, my dear young miss. Shall we hurry up and prepare to launch the plan? Orpheline's gaze wanders, still filled with great doubt, and she doesn't even agree with what the two have said. But what choice does she have now? Yeah. Orpheline is unfortunately a product of severe isolation and privileged background, a naive princess through and through. Yeah. But not a single one to smartness. In the end, she lowers her head and speaks to Chilvik as if accepting her fate. I understand. Where's the console? My puppet doll would take you there. I'll chat with Master Igla for a little bit longer. Orpheline followed the puppet doll out of the door, giving Igla a reluctant look before she left. Igla smiles at Orpheline, who then closes the door and leaves, relieved. But as soon as the young lady disappeared in Igla's sight, her expression darkened, and Chilvik approached with a sneer. Oh my, Lady Igla. Although there have been some small changes, our plan is finally almost complete. The decisiveness and speed of the UNSC's actions were beyond my expectations. Regardless of the outcome of the plan, the Girard Group probably won't be able to exist any longer. Look, this is what happens when you surrender. That old geezer thought that by kneeling, the UNSC would let him go. And look what happened. I'm going to swallow him whole, bones and all. He deserves to die without anyone caring. Is that literal? I hope that's not literal. You better learn a lesson from this. It doesn't matter what happens to the master or me. At least, the young miss must... What chapter is this, by the way? 13? I want to say? Yeah, I had to check the table because I can't remember off the top of my head.
あなたには可能な限り協力してきました。お嬢様の安全だけ
I provided you with the greatest possible assistance. No matter what, you must ensure the young miss's safety. I mean, in the event, this is... I don't know yet. I gotta check after this.
は
Huh?
条件出していい立場じゃないでしょ。
In your current state, can you still negotiate terms?
警備部隊の指揮権は私にあります。今投降すれば、ロレン軍はすぐにでもここを制圧する。
Prosecuted force is still under my command. If they give up resistance, the UNSC's forces will control this place within 5 minutes.
やだな。誤解だってば。
Oh, that's not what I meant.
そんな条件
I mean, even if you don't negotiate with our relationship, I'll protect the young lady.
約束約束。
I promise. I promise.
賢明な選択です。
An appropriate choice.
ジラードが滅んでも、
Gerard is completely destroyed, but as long as the young miss is still here, then one day everything will come back.
お嬢様。
ほらほら。
Alright, stop getting emotional. Let's go ahead and start the plan.
キャストも揃ってきたし。
The main actors are all about to come on stage, so you can't miss it.
どういう意味ですか？
What do you mean? Chidori didn't respond to her, just pushed Igla into the control area, a strange smile on her face. Well, she said bones and all, not boner and all, so...
交代するのが今のうちよ。
深いわね。
I'm very deep.
地上の電波が受信できない。
There's no signal from the surface here at all.
いや、通常この深さでも
This
電波
depth
が
usually
届
isn't
か
enough to cause a loss of signal.
多分通信が妨害されてい
It's
る。
likely that the lab has a signal jam device, also part of the defensive works.
それにしても。
There's so few defending enemies. I thought the lab would be heavily guarded.
ジラードの戦力の大半は
Most of Gerard's security force is probably tied up with the military troops brought by Javier. This window of opportunity is very important. Elovic can swallow like Harvey K. Since we had clear coordinates from the beginning, we quickly entered the lab's outer area by continuously blasting through the walls. The explosion destroyed some experimental equipment on this side of the wall, scattering some unidentified liquids and unrecognizable tissues everywhere. I knelt down and touched a puddle of translucent slime on the ground with my finger. Translucent slime, okay. It was still slightly warm and glowed with a faint blue fluorescence in the cold light.
以前見た培養液と違う。
It's not the same as the Corposant medium I saw before. Rosa, take some samples. Rosa put the liquid into a container. I stood up and looked around, my brows furrowed.
また何か新たな実
You're
験。
experimenting with something that we don't know about here.
指揮官、そろそろ
Amanda, it's just ahead. I nodded, my gaze falling on a half-open airlock door not far away, behind which more complex instruments were vaguely visible.
ヘレナの自動防御システムの信号が近くに。
His automatic defensive system signal is not far from us, but... She paused for a moment, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes.
信号の性質からして、
The signal feedback
お
is
そら
different
く
from
ヘレナの
before.
中にいません。
Helena might not be inside. Rosa reloaded her weapon, her tone tinged with aware nervousness.
なら急がないと。
We must hurry. I took a deep breath.
前進。
Continue forward. slight thought, but it's looking like Groza may know she may understand what's going on a bit more than she should. Because she's getting antsy. Unless inside, I can feel it. No matter what Civic wants to do, we must stop her.
行くぞ。
指揮官の期待通りだといいけど。
Well, just to check what chat we're on. I actually should have just looked up, but I didn't. We're on 8. Let me go use the bathroom real quick. What happened to Sextants? I actually don't know. She just hasn't shown up. Make sure you wash your hands. I did. Passing through the final security door, the sight before them made everyone hold their breath. This wasn't an ordinary basement, but an unbearably vast cavern, as if the entire underground of Lviv had been hollowed out. The space soared into darkness, as wide as an underground city, its walls covered in countless intricate devices. The light was dim, with only the vine-like substances spread throughout the space emitting a faint blue glow. I could hardly tell if they were organic or mechanical. Some were thick as pythons, others as thin as hair, acting as conduits to transport some kind of glowing substance towards the center, where a huge translucent spear was suspended. And in the center of the spear, Helena was suspended in the culture medium, floating quietly. My breath caught in my throat. I rushed forward almost instinctively, stepping to the edge of this massive space. The warning came too late. As I stepped in, the entire space suddenly lit up. Countless spotlights shone down from the ceiling, the dazzling white light like daylight, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. The ground beneath my feet suddenly rose, pushing everyone up into the air, forming a stage-like platform. At the same time, the vines covering the walls retreated to the sides like theater curtains, revealing a horrifying truth. On the walls were embedded thousands of amber-colored transparent cages, each containing a creature somewhere between human and some non-human thing. Some had limbs fused with plant tissue, some had bony protrusions growing from their heads, and some had organs not belonging to human beings in their chests. Every face was contorted into an expression of extreme agony, forever frozen in that moment. Are these elites? Or humans? Ao's expression turned angry, but she remained calm, quickly analyzing the surroundings. They all still have vital signs, but they're no longer not completely human anymore. It looks very similar to the data sent back from that Paradise Stronghold before, Commander. Yes. Yes, we have seen this before. This has happened before. Commander had to kill, I don't want to say that. It sounds too stupid. Commander had to put people out of misery before. I'll put it that way. No. This is different. It looked more like some kind of stored fuel. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the space. Mercy kill. Yeah, that's the right word. Brilliant deduction, as expected of the legendary commander. Everyone followed the sound. A strange woman stood at the floating platform above, bathed in blue light. She was wearing a pristine white lab coat, clapping her hands enthusiastically, a look of near drunken ecstasy on her face. I guess she was Chilovic. Welcome! Welcome to my opera house, my laboratory, my hall of creation. She spread her arms like an opera singer taking a bow. What perfect timing! All the main characters are gathered, the audience is seated, the actors are ready, the orchestra strikes up the overture. Her gaze fell on me, her eyes glinting with a morbid light. The valiant knight has finally climbed through the thorns and reached the castle. She turned to the central sphere, her tone becoming gentle and eerie. And the beautiful princess, the key to the gate of truth, is also ready. I drew my pistol and aimed at Chilovic. You bastard. Release Helena immediately! I pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet whizzed towards Chilovic, but was intercepted by suddenly appearing vine just before it hit. At the same time, another vine shoots out from the ground and wraps around my wrist, and knocks the weapon away. Chilovic lets out an unsettling laugh. How rude! The show had just begun. Please don't ad-lib and make things difficult for the director, okay? Her expression turned serious, her eyes as sharp as a knife. My dear commander, the ending of this story was already decided. You are only here to witness his realization, even if you are the protagonist of this story. It's just a pebble in the tide of the time. Commander, don't waste your bullets. Even killing her would be meaningless. She's just a vessel, a puppet. I speculate her consciousness is stored in some kind of device, possibly brain scan technology. That's why she can keep resurrecting. Chilovic tilted her head slightly, revealing a chilling smile. You're really smart, Miss Snowwolf. Unfortunately, you only guessed half of it right. She didn't caress their cheek, her gaze becoming distant. When death becomes so easy to overcome, life becomes so uninteresting. But... She suddenly looked up, her eyes burning with a kind of crazed passion. When you stand before the gate of truth, when you glimpse infinite possibilities, this feeling... Oh, this feeling... Suddenly a hatch above the lab slowly opened, and a beam of strong light shone down from it. Chilovic's smile widened, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. Ah, our leading lady is finally here to make her entrance! I looked up sharply, my expression changing from anger to surprise. A vertical platform descended from the hatch. Standing on it were Orphaline and Igla. Orphaline was wearing an elegant evening gown she had prepared for the summit. It looked particularly unnatural under the blue fluorescent light. Igla stood by her side, vigilant and solemn, her hand always on the hilt of her sword. The platform slowly descended. Chilovic spread her arms, her tone filled with fanaticism. Orphaline Gerard, the founder of the Eden Project, our guide. Standing behind the princess, two sides of the same coin. The true leading lady of this grand performance. Orphaline's gaze met mine. She was clearly at a loss, and she unconsciously squeezed Igla's hand. Her eyes were filled with confusion, as if she also couldn't understand why she was seeing me in this lab. Immediately, her gaze began to wander around the entire lab. The confusion in her eyes turned into surprise and curiosity. Clearly, this place was just as unfamiliar to her. But when she saw the contents of the amber cages, her expression froze. This is... Her voice abruptly stopped, and her face instantly turned pale. She involuntarily retreats. Igla immediately takes a half step forward, protectively shielding her. The platform finally stopped on the ground. Orphaline forced herself to look around again. This time her gaze was more careful, and her expression changed from shock to gradual understanding and fear. Chilovic, what are these? But half... Oh yeah, for sure. I thought it looked cool. I like the thumbnail a lot. Her gaze finally rested on Helena, an essential sphere, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Chilovic leaped down from above, landing not far in front of Orphaline with a smile on her face. Orphaline, my favorite genius, welcome to the base of the Eden Project. She turned gracefully, spreading her arms as if presenting a great work of art to Orphaline. This is the future you saw in the ruins of Frankfurt 10 years ago. A brand new world, a world where humans and a higher dimensional existence merge. She turned around, her eyes twinkling with a kind of madness. For years, I've been working according to your vision, realizing your theories and perfecting your designs. Now, you have finally reached the time to harvest. Orphaline slowly shook her head, her gaze fixed on those amber cages. But this is nothing like my vision. What I saw was an energy revolution. A sustainable future. These people. She revealed a gentle yet dangerous smile, her voice almost hypnotically soft. Dear Orphaline, you are one of the most knowledgeable people I have ever met. But sometimes, those who can grasp knowledge doesn't necessarily grasp wisdom. Her fingers tapped lightly in the air, as if organizing invisible clues. The encounter in Frankfurt certainly gave you inspiration, but you only saw one piece of the puzzle. You saw the energy, but not the source. You saw creation, but not the cost. You saw the future, but not the path to get there. Her voice suddenly became more fervent. But none of this is your fault. You are an artist, and I am a craftsman. You envisioned the blueprint, and I am responsible for realizing it. Look at this perfect symmetry. Look at this exquisite energy network. Every victim, every volunteer exists for a greater purpose. I turned abruptly to Orphaline, my tone firm and urgent. Orphaline, don't listen to her. This isn't a new technology. It's an evil plan. She wants to use the immune bodies to open the Nirvana space. Frankfurt wasn't revelation, it was a disaster. And now she wants to recreate that disaster. Chidowig turned to me, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Silence, knight! You have no lines in this play. She waved her hand abruptly and a vine shot out from the ground, wrapping around my throat. Voidmasa struck like lightning, her long blade severing the vine. Chidowig just chuckled lightly, then turned back to Orphaline, her tone becoming gentle and alluring again. Orphaline, my dearest collaborator, I know the sight before you may be a bit shocking. But this is the greatness of science. Breaking conventions, challenging boundaries, exploring the unknown. He took a step closer, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Think of everything you sacrificed. 10 years of research, countless sleepless nights, innumerable failures and setbacks, all for this moment. Your name will forever be etched in the annals of history, remembered as the genius who changed human history. She pointed to the console to the side, on which there was a conspicuous red button. Just press that button, and your theory will finally be verified. The energy revolution you dreamed of will become a reality. Your father's corporation will rise again, and you will wash away the shame of your family. Eva's body tensed slightly, her gaze shifting between Chidowig and Orphaline, her hand always on the hilt of her sword. Orphaline fell silent, her gaze becoming distant, as if she were reminiscing. Then she slowly walked towards the central sphere, approaching the imprisoned Helena. Frankfurt. The explosion that day. That white space. Her voice grew softer, as if she was talking to herself. Chidowig leaned forward, her fingers clenched, her eyes shining with fervent light. Yes, that white space! That's the edge of Nirvana. You are one of the few favored by the gods, a genius chosen by Nirvana. Orphaline, we're about to reopen that gate. It's not an accident, but a purposeful, controllable event. You just need to step forward and press that button. You can see the truth once again. Do you really think some minor superficial purification and anti-projects that can bring Gerard back from the dead? Don't be foolish, Orphaline. Truth. Only the truth can make those people bow their heads. Only it can give you the right to speak. He's lying to you. I checked all the data on the Eden Project and Chidovic's Research Institute. The truth is not at all what she described. Miss Orphaline, don't believe her. She's been deceiving all of you. Shut up, Miss Alva. This is our personal business. Eva turned her face up, her expression unreadable. I don't know, she looked kind of pissed off right there, so I don't know. The Eden Project must be completed, milady. What will she choose? But all of this was never my plan. I never thought the Eden Project would have so many sacrifices. Of course it is. All the concepts, all the designs, all stem from your knowledge and plans. Chidovic just explained it in another way. My knowledge and plans? Orphaline closed her eyes, seemingly recalling all the effort she had put into the Eden Project. That's right. They are all the futures I saw in the Frankfurt incident. You're right. I had to find a way to get there. To get more things that can change the world. Orphaline stepped forward. Her gaze shifted between Chidovic, Igla, and me, her expression struggling and pained. She looked at the red button, her trembling finger reaching out and then retracting. I saw her hesitation and knew I had to make one last attempt. I know you want to change the world, prove your worth, and save the Gerard family's reputation. But not like this. Look at Helena. She's an innocent life too. And these all in the lab who have almost turned to Elid were once living people. You're a scientist. You know the principle of the Eden Project. After the experiment starts, these glass particles will indeed be absorbed, but won't be converted into energy. Instead, in an instant, they will be released into Lviv, the most densely populated area. Everyone will die from radiation. If you press that button, you will become an accomplice to the largest massacre in history. Well, not in history. There's way worse, but keep going. My voice trembled with emotion as I tried my best to make her listen. Orphaline, you want to be remembered by posterity, but definitely not as a murderer. Think about what true science is. It should benefit humanity, not destroy life. Nobody wants this to happen. But my wish is about to come true. If I can open Nirvana, I can feel that time in Frankfurt again. You've always said you want to go back to Frankfurt, but do you really know what happened in Frankfurt that day? Of course I know. That day in Frankfurt, when the missiles came down, I almost died. That happened. But it's precisely because of that I had the opportunity to get close to the truth. Those truths have always guided me, showing me what the future of this world should look like. I have been constantly working hard according to what it says, just to realize that vision, to let everyone live a better life. I was so scared, so desperate back then. If it weren't for the nirvana you mentioned, I wouldn't have survived. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she showed an expression like she was grasping at straws. Right. The reason I could still hand her alive is because I saw the future from back then. That's why I've been able to persevere until now. Even if the particles pollute the city, as long as we can see the future, everything can be changed again. Orpheline placed her hand on the button once more. Orpheline, listen to me. The day you became a survivor, I was also in Frankfurt. Many people around me stayed there with me at that time, but most of them were not as lucky as you. Countless people like my friends died, and you were the only one who survived. At this point, I must be honest with you. What you said about seeing the future, I've seen it too, but believe me, seeing that kind of thing won't bring you liberation. It will only distort your perception, allowing you to be manipulated by intentions that will go against your will, until you regret it for the rest of your life. If you don't stop now, more people will be drawn into this tragedy. Believe me, this is definitely not the Eden Project you want to see. The paradise you want is one that saves those struggling and suffering, not one that sacrifices them, merely to satisfy your own empty desires. You know, Chilovic said, "Shut up, you don't have any lines," and I guess now she's like, I'm gonna let you finish. The paradise you seek is not here. Orpheline's hand hovered in midair. She raised and lowered it, shaking her head with a pained expression. Could it be? This is my Eden Project, which I poured my heart and soul into. Orpheline, please, believe me. Believe you? But this has been my belief all along. If even this fails, what's the point of my existence? Does becoming an accomplice to a cult give you a reason to exist in this world? I don't know. Orpheline withdrew her hand once again. Watching the trembling, tearful Orpheline, Chilovic seemed to have finally lost her patience. A twisted and contemptuous expression suddenly appeared on her face. I knew it. I knew a weak young lady like you, raised in comfort, wouldn't have the courage to take this step to change the world. There are two blessed ones here, yet not a single one dares to walk towards the new world. But luckily, your hesitation just now gave me enough time to back up your biological information. Uh-oh! What? That's right. Although, for safety's sake, you set the switch for the entire Eden Project to activate with only your biometric information. But just by you coming here, the Eden Project is already 80% successful. There's a full set of backup facilities here to start up the Eden Project. With your biometric information, we can ensure this project starts smoothly. Although, if you, the Blessed One, were to press it, the cycle of cause and effect would be more complete. But, whatever. So, you brought me here on purpose. Igor? I'm sorry, Ambitious, but this is just to prevent any accidents. The Eden Project must be carried out. Because You no longer have a place in the Gerard group. What do you mean, no place for me? I'm sorry, young miss. I didn't want to tell you this news. Just now, Mr. Oleg, to protect himself, sold everything of yours to the UNC, both the plan and the project. The father? He really... That's right. So if the Eden project cannot be completed, you'll die. Once the Eden project is launched and the world sees its greatness, you become the most outstanding scientist in the world. This way, you will no longer need to rely on the Gerard group for survival. You will be famous throughout the world as an independent scientist. With these, even if the Gerard group falls, you, who have proven that the Eden project can be realized, will surely be able to attain immunity in the UNC. Igla looks at Orphalane. This is probably the first time she has disobeyed Orphalane, but her expression is unprecedentedly firm. That's right. In order for you to survive safely, I can sacrifice everything, including the entire city of Lviv. But... Igla no longer looked at Orphalane, but instead towards where Chilovig was. Chilovig, let's begin. Stop her! No one can stop this experiment. Chilovig suddenly pressed another button on her side. The entire lab immediately began to shake. The surrounding amber suddenly began to crack. The half-human, half-creature beings inside instantly liquefied, turning into vicious fluorescent flesh mud that surged madly towards the central sphere, towards the pipes. Through the pipes. Helena began to struggle painfully within the sphere. Her eyes snapped open, filled with fear and pain. The energy field around the sphere began to fluctuate violently, flickering with an ominous light. Chilovig's voice echoed amidst the deafening roar of machinery, filled with a mad sense of victory. The gate of Nirvana is about to open! The light of truth will shine upon the world, and you will witness a new beginning in history! Kolfing called out to Helena's name and tried to rush forward, but the ground suddenly split open, and twisted Elas crawled out, blocking her path. They were of various forms. Some still retained a human silhouette, while others had completely transformed into plant-like monsters, all emitting an ominous fluorescent glow. We're chilling here in America. Alright, Grossa, Mekti, stop that substance from gathering in the center. Alpha, find a way to disrupt the spirit's energy field. We must clear out these elites with me. Leave it to me. Yes, sir. The elites roared and surged forward. The battle was about to begin. Chilovig stood by the console, laughing maniacally. Her hands raised high as if conducting a terrible symphony. Too late. It's too late. No one can stop the wheel of fate. Even if you struggle, you're just adding a little drama to this performance. It's gotta be that free healthcare. Manor, you're too close to the vines. It's dangerous. Don't worry about me. Find a way to save Helena first. If she gets dragged into Nirvana, everything we've done will be for nothing. Okay, I understand. Death care.
にして。ハンデを当てる。静かにして。ロックロ出番だよ。私が強かった？あなたの采配のおかげよ。
Alright, I think this may be the last one we can do. Okay. Yeah. Adults feel the anticipation, children screaming silently, and the nutrients that turned into blood. Everything happened so fast that even though I wanted to stop it, I could only watch it happen. The liquid in the transport tubes from all directions began to flow rapidly, scrambling to deliver the nutrients in the amber to the flower pod that enveloped Helena. In just a few seconds, the flower pod rapidly expanded from a translucent sphere the height of a person into a huge flower bud that could only occupy half the lab. The calyx gradually unfolded. The plant's vein slowly lit up with a faint light, and the enveloped girl was sent into the air. My body swayed, and I almost fell to the ground due to the dizziness. The sour taste in my stomach made me feel extremely nauseous. I took deep breaths repeatedly, forcing myself to calm down. My consciousness experienced a bizarre dislocation. That moment just now, I'm sure it was just a moment, yet it felt like a long time had passed. I remember the images I saw clearly, or so I thought, but when I tried to recall them, I only felt a sharp pain in my temples and couldn't remember anything. No, I remember. At the end of that bizarre illusion, that familiar, it was her. So, was that how I was able to break free? The lab was breached by plants, revealing a blood-red sky. Through the shattered dome, I saw that the once clean and tidy street outside was now overrun with rampaging, fast-growing plants. Countless vines had burst from the ground, their branches rapidly extending, greedily reaching for every piece of land they could touch. Then, these branches sprouted new buds, and at the tips of those new buds grew countless flower buds, from which bloomed countless blue flowers. Is that a colossal epiphyllum? No, while quite similar, it's not the same, but something else more spacious.
指揮官
Commander. Rose put her hand on my shoulder. It was only then that I noticed my body had been trembling uncontrollably since just now. My hand gripping the gun so tightly that the pattern on the grip was deeply imprinted into my palm.
舌が伸びるのを阻止しろ
Find a way to stop those vines from spreading further. The dolls received the order, and bullets immediately flew towards the roots of the spreading vines. But the speed of the bullets was no match for the speed of the plant's growth. After shooting down one vine, more vines grew back and swarmed in all directions.
あのリフトまで登れ
Climb to the large platform above first. A vine had somehow wrapped around me from behind. Uemasuna lunged, tackling me and rolling us to the side, while simultaneously erasing her gun and quickly severing it. Commander, if this continues, the entire city of the village will be affected. I have to find a way to shut down the power facilities here.
2班を私につけてもらいます
Gonna have Team loop with me.
分かった
Alright.
404はアルバについていけ
Squad 404, go assist Alpha.
でもそれじゃ
But Commander, you!
言ってる場合か
Find the way to stop this spin first, otherwise we'll all die!
了解
Got it. Alpha left with the dolls to Squad 404. The dolls protected me as we retreated upwards, providing heavy support fire as we climbed, allowing us to reach safety. And above, Eagles stood there, with a bewildered Orphaline by her side. The reflection of the Nirvana space was mirrored in her eyes. That bizarre sight became the only splash of color on her pale face.
フランクフルトで見たものと違う
This is different from what I saw in Frankfurt.
当然だ
Of course it is, because the Frankfurt incident was a mistake in and of itself.
違う私は確かに見た
That's not it.
放射線
The future I saw was a world without radiation, without elids, without suffering and trauma. A world where everything was healed.
でも今の光景は
Why is what I'm seeing now completely different from what I saw then?
10年間目指してきたもの
I
が
worked for 10 years for this.
嘘だったっていうの
How can it be just a mistake?
現実を受け入れるんだ
Orphaline, face reality.
君は
You've been completely used by Chilovic.
いや
No,
私なら
I don't believe it. I can definitely...
そうだ
Right.
シェルロディグあなた
Chilovic, look at what you've done!
権限を私に返
Give me access to the lab now. I'm a genius. I can definitely figure out a way to solve this. Just like 10 years ago.
世界を救うには
With my intelligence, I can definitely restore the world to its original state. No one answers. I look up at Chilovic, only to find her mesmerized by the infernal scene before her. That exaggerated and nauseating smile once again plastered on her face.
見てよこの景色
Look, what a beautiful, magnificent sight.
悲願には全ての物
The
質
Nirvana space encompasses all matter, all thoughts, all knowledge, and all the dimensions of existence.
時間の本質は
What is the nature of time?
生命の起源は
Where did life originate?
意識はどうやって生まれるの
And
か
how did consciousness arise?
宇宙に果てはあるのか
Where is the end of the universe?
これらの答えが全
The answer to these unknown mysteries will all unfold before me once I enter Nirvana.
後世の科学者は
I
どういう
really
ふうに
want to
私を
know
評価するんだろうね
How will future scientists describe me?
偉大にして思慮深く常識
The
にと
great,
らわれない
erudite, rigorous, influential, groundbreaking, rational, focused, transformative, thoughtful, and analytical, visionary, and forward-thinking, critical, and thoughtful, and diligent, calm, and extraordinarily professional scientist, Dr. Chilovic. How does that sound?
サボさん
Oh, right.
必要なんかない
I just remembered.
たとえ
I don't know how to guess what future generations will think of me.
100年
Whether it's 50, 100, or 200 years. I can wait until then and hear these praises with my own ears.
私はもう時間に
After all,
縛られない
I have long since broken free from the shackles of time and become a free person. Oh, I can't wait to see that day.
今すぐにでも聞きたい
I wonder if entering the Nirvana space will let me see that scene in advance.
シェルロディグ早く
Hurry, run out of time!
これ以上の悲劇が
I have to restore everything to its original state before an even greater tragedy occurs. Hearing her name called, Chilovic, standing on the platform, put her hand on her forehead and looked around. Did someone just call me? Chilovic, this is not Nirvana! I saw it all! Transfer authority to me quickly! I want to undo this mistake! Oh, so it's little Orphaline. What do you say? Undo a mistake? But where exactly is the mistake you're talking about? Too much has been sacrificed for Nirvana. And what I saw in Nirvana wasn't like this at all. Little Orphaline, don't you understand yet? Everything in this world comes at a price, and a much higher one than you can imagine. Chilevic's smile jumped down from the platform and approached Orphaline step by step. Finally, she stopped in front of her. What you've seen in the Nirvana space doesn't matter, and what you've attained doesn't belong to you. In the end, it's just an unattainable fantasy. You're just an untalented person, a lucky recipient. That's all. The one who should truly see the truth is a genius like me. But I always thought you were doing it for me, for the future we wanted to achieve. That you were just being ruthless. So you knew all along the vision was impossible, yet you still sacrificed the whole of Lviv? Are you insane? No, not only are you crazy, you want to drag me into being your accomplice. Who's to blame but you for being the lucky one chosen by Nirvana? It's a shame that Nirvana chose a fool like you 10 years ago. Even after being blessed, it still took me several years of effort to help you break through your resource bottleneck. If I had been the chosen one, Lviv would have reduced to ashes 5 years ago. But thanks to you, you talentless idiot, for being able to conduct the experiment exactly as I outlined. If it had been some other talented scientist, my plan probably wouldn't have gone as smoothly as it has. Have you heard that saying? Knowledge is like a knife. In the hands of a doctor, it can cure diseases, but in the hands of a butcher, it can only be used for killing. And a fool like you, who holds the truth in your hands, yet has no reverence for science, is perfectly suited to be the butcher who carves up the world. Isn't this perfect? The URNC will definitely need you after this. They'll need your biological data and everything in your head. But that's only if you can live that long. You filthy liar! Before any of us could react, Ingela grabbed Chidovic by the collar and slammed her to the ground. Her body landed in a twisted posture, and the crisp sound of breaking bones came from her limbs. At this moment, Ingela had lost all of her former elegance. She used her cold mechanical arms to grip Chidovic's neck tightly, punching that detestable face a dozen times without hesitation. However, although Chidovic's face was contorted in pain, her features twisted into a completely incongruous, terrifying, and bizarre smile. You know it's wasted effort, yet you still had to put on a show. As expected, you're more worried about your precious young miss finding out what you've been doing behind her back than about anyone else's life or death. With a crisp crack, the connection between Chilovic's head and body seemed to disappear. But Ingela didn't stop there. She vented her anger by punching the corpse faces until they were all a blurry mess of tissue. Orphanly stood by, her mouth open as if she wanted to scream, but no sound came out.
私に協力して
Behind my back.
汚れ仕事
Those things you did.
したこと
Feelings. The newly respawned Chilovic inside the cabin only managed to say a few words before collapsing into a pool of blood. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Igla threw the empty pistol on the ground and pulled out a new gun, aiming at it at the platform.
もういい
Enough.
もういい
Enough!
全員嘘つき
You liars!
みんな
Everyone is lying to me!
お父様もシルロビグも
Father,
イグラまで
Chilovic, Igla,
嘘つき
you're all liars!
お嬢様これは
Miss,
全てあなた
please let me explain. I did all this for
私のため
for me, is it?
もう聞き飽き
I've had enough for this excuse. It's all for your own good.
私のためとか言って
Your for my
私の
own good is just a way to make me quietly obey, to be the face of the Girard Group, to be a tool to fulfill your long-cherished wish, to be a doll that can be manipulated at will. Do you really think I don't know anything? Of course I know I'm not some amazing person. I used to just want to sleep through math class. How could I possibly become a genius in scientific principles overnight? When I asked my father what had happened, he would only go around accidentally proclaiming it, letting the media package me as some genius girl, beneficial to the group's reputation. When I confided in you, you would only tell me not to waste time on these trivial matters in life, to focus my energy on scientific research, and that she would handle everything else for me. I finally met you, Chilovic, and thought I had found a kindred spirit. I told you about the bottleneck I was facing, and you suggested giving up my research. You were the one who told me that I was the most brilliant genius you had ever met. The hope that could change the world. It was you. It was you who encouraged me to not give up every time I doubted myself, who strengthened my resolve to keep going. It was you who took my hand, gave me that knife, and then tricked me into stepping onto the stage you have set. But have you ever really asked me what I truly wanted? I just wanted a normal life, surrounded by my family and friends, to be treated with sincerity. I never wanted to be some kind of genius. You don't want to be a genius? But haven't you been pretty happy living with that halo? It's late to say that now. Alright, stop throwing a tantrum. Lift your head and watch how a real genius is born. A seemingly infinite number of Chilovics walked out of the hatch again, and Igla lowered her gun in despair. Seeing Igla give up, Chilovic shrugged and prepared to turn and leave. Halfway there, she suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back. Oh, right. Although you helped me a lot, and I should thank you. But you hurt me just now, so I need to get revenge on you. It just so happens that the consciousness resonance is missing a Bujim as a medium, so you can be the substitute. After the replacement is complete, he'll die. One more. We can't end on that, so one more. The moment Chilovic reached out, Igla's body suddenly began to tremble violently. She knelt on the ground in pain, barely supporting herself with her hands. However, on her back, something seemed to have burst through her usually neat clothes. Two bloody skeletons were piercing through the bionic skin of the third generation doll, extending outwards. I could almost hear the sound of bones growing frantically. A third generation doll can do something like this? The traces of Bujin cells fusion I found a Sexton's last time. Could it be? There was no time to think. Igla's body rapidly expanded, elongated, and twisted, transforming into the massive monster before me. She raised the fleshy wings on her back and let out a painful shriek. The mutated Igla seemed to have consciously trying to control her movements, but it was clear that under the mutation's control, all efforts were in vain. Her huge body flapped its wings and attacked indiscriminately. The dolls and I were caught off guard and all knocked to the ground by the blast of air from her wings. Rosa and Colfing pulled me aside, but the first to be affected was Orphaline, who was standing by, watching everything unfolded in a daze. We must not rush to Igla's feet, managing to grab the bony spur of the tip of one of the giant wings with her strength just before it swung down on Orphaline's head. But even though she was giving her all, she could only barely hold on. The knife-like wing descended inch by inch, and Void Monster's body sank bit by bit. Her frame began to make a sound close to breaking. I took this opportunity on the cover of Rosa Engulfing and quickly moved Orphaline to a safe place. The metallic living bone spur fell like a guillotine on the spot where Orphaline had just been standing, almost piercing through the entire platform floor. Why did you save me? You must have let me die! If you die here, it won't solve any problems. Survive first, then think of the solutions. But you saw it too. I can't do anything at all. If it weren't for me... I know you're blaming yourself right now. But you didn't press that button in the end. Everything that's happening now shouldn't be entirely blamed on you. But... the glass particles were collected long ago. That Needle designed all of this according to her own ideas. Although I don't know why she wanted you to press the button so badly, you're not the executioner. If you don't want to cause any more trouble, stay close to me. Alba, what's the situation? Can you hack into your internal systems here? We've already connected to the system. Squad 4 is trying to crack it. How much longer? 5 minutes. Understood. Please draw fire from the front. Got it. Rosa, you and I will harass Igla from the flanks. Helping provide support for us while ensuring Orphaline's safety. Operation start. Everyone. Spellbreakers. I wish there's profiles on here. Okay, so I guess we can talk about it now. yes, they are extremely similar to strikes.
アルバまだ
Um,
もう持ちこたえられない
but these are not strikes. They're definitely not strikes. They are definitely similar though. Alva, are you done yet? We're about to lose it over here.
あと少しです
Almost.
最初のコードを
We've already cracked the first layer of code. We'll be able to...
待ってアルバ
Wait, Alva. This data. There seems to be something strange connected to it.
見てて
What? Let me see.
このデータストリーム
Wait. This data stream is...
だから彼女があれだけ警告したんだ
No wonder she issued the highest level of warning.
次から早く
Commander, quickly!
Alva?
Alva?
アルバ来るかい聞こえるか
Alva and all the support members' communications were cut off. I tried to reestablish a connection, but I could hear in my headset... All I could hear in my headset was the static of electromagnetic interference.
グローザ回線に異常はないか
Rosa, is there a signal problem?
いいえ他の通信は正
No, if it's a signal problem, our internal comms should be down too.
アルベがデータストリームとい
It's just now Alva mentioned data
電
stream.
子戦を仕掛けられ
I'm
て
guessing they were hit by a massive amount of data from an unknown source. On the front lines, Boy Boston was taking all the fire alone. Although Eagle's body was huge, her movements were just more agile than expected. Despite Boy Boston's reactions and movements being at their peak, she couldn't completely resist Eagle's wide area attacks. If we can't defeat Eagle outright, continuing to attack with high-powered weapons will only provoke her. We only have 3 combatants and won't gain any advantage. But the situation at hand can't be delayed any longer. I don't know what happened to Alva's side. I need to find out as soon as possible.
ボイマスクが残弾は
How much longer can you hold on?
マガジン2つ
Only 2 magazines left.
ですが私に
But I have his
素材
body.
があります
グローザとコルフェンはここに残って
Rosa, Gulping, you stay here and support with Masuna.
私は
I'm going to check on Alva.
見てくる
Wait, I'm going with you!
チルロビグからいろい
Even
ろ
though everything before was a lie, Chilovik still revealed a lot to me.
絶対役に立ってみせる
There must be something I can do to help.
中に敵が残っていたら
We
死
don't
ぬ
know
かも
the
しれ
situation
ない
is.
だぞ
We don't know what the situation is inside yet. There might be some enemies that have been eliminated. It'll be dangerous if you come.
悲願で見たものの中にこの事態
I had contact with Nirvana before. Maybe I might know a way to solve all this.
せめてその可能性に
At least let me try.
何もできないわ
Makes saving me mean something.
分かった
Alright,
連れて行こ
I'll take you.
うグローザそよ風招待をそちらの援護
Rosa, find a way to get Monsoon Squad to come here for support.
必要はありません
No need.
戻るまで持ちこたえ
I can hold on until you get back. Boy Monster suddenly rang out. Although the battle was at a stalemate, her tone was as calm as ever, filled with an unquestionable confidence. Even though the situation was dire, I couldn't help but feel a strong sense of trust in her. I could imagine a scene where Boy Monster fell.
分かった
Alright.
グローザそよ風
Rosa, have Monsoon Squad prepare for evacuation, but also be ready to provide support at any time.
了解
オルフェルーネついてきて
Orpling, stay close to me.
チルロビグを止めよう
Let's find a way to stop Chilovik together.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ
I really want to continue. but I'm not. I really want to, but this is a good pausing point. Yeah. Yeah, I can hold off until Thursday. That's fine. I can hold until Thursday. Cliffhanger gun? But yeah, I'm locked the fuck in. Like I had to. It's been a long time watching Ghost Frontline that I literally had to tear myself away. But yeah, it is getting late, and honestly, the main reason why I'm stopping is because I've already set this schedule, and I don't want to blindside people with having them force you guys to stay up longer than you need to, you know. So I'm gonna hold on to my schedule and leave it at that. But yeah, I think we can confidently say we are so back. We're so back, yeah. Yeah, agreed. There's a lot of questions, but it's definitely answering some old questions, for sure. Haven't seen the good stuff yet? I'm pretty sure I haven't seen the good stuff yet. You know, I just not see Twitter at all until Thursday. That's all. But alright, I'm gonna go ahead and pop off. I will see you guys on Thursday. We're gonna finish it on Thursday. You guys take care.